check.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome here to our Junior Breeding Heifer Show. Very excited to welcome to the ring this morning and welcome to Nebraska, Mrs. Jenna Kraft. She is coming to us from Anadarko, Oklahoma, where her and her family ranch. They raise mains and keys, and Jenna's been very involved in judging shows all across the nation. So we're incredibly honored to have her joining us here in Nebraska. She graduated from Oklahoma State University with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Leadership. And Jenna currently resides in Oklahoma raising show cattle with her family. They own and operate Brower Craft Show Cattle. That is a very progressive Main-Anjou operation. They sell and show cattle all across the United States. And again, very honored to have her spending her time in Nebraska, and we'll get to know her throughout the day. And I know there's just a few of you in here this morning, but put your hands together and welcome Jenna to Nebraska. We've talked about our sponsors that allow everything to happen. And one of our original sponsors that joined the Classic back in 1991 was KRVN. Very honored to work with KRVN for the past 34 years. And truly my honor to work with the young lady to my right here, helps us with all of our events we hold. And she is our official MC of all of the Classic shows. And again, let's welcome Susan Littlefield to the stand.
And good morning once again to everybody. Welcome to our final day of NCC The Classics Winter Edition as we kick it off with the Junior Breeding Heifer Show. As you can see, Class 1 is in the ring. These are Angus breeding heifers. They are born from May 8th to June 3rd of 24.
Well, good morning, Nebraska Cattlemen's, and it's an absolute delight and pleasure to be with you all this morning. I was really excited when I got the call to join you, and a really, really nice class to kick things off with. The young lady here that'll start this first class of Angus heifers out, one that just has all the look and pizzazz that you could ask for on a female, and then when you get up on top of her, this female is big and bold up top. You love the dimension she has in that forerib, and then sets down on a really nice set of feet and legs. Maybe if you want to be ultra critical at the ground there at her ankles, she wants to just not sit down as soft at times. But I think maybe with a little hoof trimming and time that can be adjusted. But that is a really high quality female to start things off with. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come second, one that's just big, powerful, cowy made type of one. Doesn't have that cool, freaky front end and that clean chest floor, maybe like the female in front of her, but one that is so pretty. You love the depth and dimension in that center portion of her body. Just doesn't put it together together in that wowie package like the female ahead of her. The young man's heifer here that's going to round the class out just gets out horse today. One that's very green, and you really appreciate that this stage of the game. You know, we raise a lot of summerborns, and I think that female has a lot of future ahead of her. Just needs a little time and a little more groceries today. But congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations in class number one. First will go to Addie Krause. Second is to Addison Dalrymple. And third will go to LJ Wells. Class number two is set to come in the ring. These are Angus breeding heifers. There are a total of 4 classes. Class two have birth dates from April 1 to April 14th of 24.
Susan, you've been with us since the beginning of the week on Monday. And Monday morning, when we started out, we had a lot of layers on. And, this morning when I left home and I started my Suburban, and it said it was 34 degrees already. Huge change from Monday when we set up out here.
Oh, definitely. I think it was negative 20 on Monday. And then when we got to Wednesday, it was sitting at negative 22. So we are definitely grateful for the warm up. It definitely will be if you can, wash out the pickup and trailer type of day today.
It's going to be a fun day. We're looking forward to a great day here and want to recognize, Cactus Jack's is open. They're serving up breakfast this morning. Carrie's back here with some coffee and some fun drinks. The commercial vendors are still open today. I know Rob and Jody are over at Cooper Feeds here on the north side of the ring. So enjoy your day here at the Classic. It's going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to working with Jenna as she's going to work through all of our classes today.
We're here, our second class of Angus, and a little bit more complicated class to sort through. There's a lot of different types and kinds, and I know here in this class we could have done a lot of different things, but for me today, this female just puts it together in such a fresh and feminine show heifer package. She's got some things we need to change, absolutely, but boy, I love that added extension and that look in that front 1/3, and just how she balances out. She wants to rock forward there a little bit out of her shoulder, maybe just get a tick pigeon toed there. Like to maybe give her a tick more size, foot, and bone. But boy, that one puts it together in such an elegant, smooth package. A really nice show heifer to start with. The female here that comes next, when they came into the ring, this one really caught my attention. I love the added extension, the depth, and the shape that she has. She just puts it together in maybe just a little bit piecier of a package. Wants to get a little coarser there in her shoulder and then the top of her neck, but you really appreciate the athleticism and how she is there at the ground. The young man's heifer here that's going to come in third, a little smaller on her frame size today, but boy, she puts it together in a really smooth package as well. Wants to get a little tied up there in her loin, pushing maybe just a little bit more brisket compared to those females ahead of her. The next two females that are going to come out, boy, big and robust made type of broody made type of a females. We've just got some structural issues. Both of them, I'd like to change them at the ground. They want to get a little outside of themselves, but I think those are two tremendous cow prospects down the road for these young ladies. The female here that'll round the class out, one that's just needs a little bit more time and maturity compared to the females ahead of her, but I think another really nice cow prospect for that young lady as well. Congratulations.
Results coming out of class number 2. First will go to McKinley Stoller. Second is to Nora Sunfeld. Third is LJ Wells. Fourth to Rayleigh Wills. Fifth to Camille Carr. And sixth will go to Kinley Akoff. Class number 3 of our Angus breeding heifers are coming in the arena from February 12th to March 14th.
Boy, a really nice female to start this third class of Angus heifers out with. One that is just so athletic and just so elegant as well. When you get one with a head and neck tied into a body with that much shape and dimension, and just like I said, with the athleticism, it's hard to really poke a hole into this female. Young lady's done a really nice job getting her shown. The young lady here that'll come second, one that is really, really nice. You love that look that she does gives you. She ties in so high out of that shoulder. There's just not as much of her today as the female ahead of her. But boy, that's another one that's pretty fault free. You really appreciate how that shoulder sets in. Really like how that knee lays in as well. Two exceptionally nice females here in the top end of this class. We get into the rest of them, and like that other class, we could sort some things a little different here. But I guess for me, when we get this female parked, I just gravitate to her the most. You love the balance and the look that she gives you. Where we do need a changer, of course, is whenever we get her on the move. She's really tight. I'd like to really set that tail head down, but boy, she's a powerhouse, and you absolutely love the freshness in the front 1/3 look she gives you. The big broody one here that comes next, one that is so big and dimensional, a little more common probably compared to the others in the front 1/3 there. One that you'd like to relax her there off of her hind wheels, but a really nice female to follow up with. The young lady that's going to come next, another big burly woofy mate type of one, just doesn't have that look and the balance like some of them ahead of her today. Wants to get a little open there in her shoulder at times, but I think one that down the road can be a really, really nice female as well. The young lady here that's going to come next, one that's got that out there look, just a little greener in her condition, a little flatter in that forerib. Like to see just a little bit more natural shape and dimension out of that one today. The young lady here that'll round out the class, the biggest frame heifer by far of the class here today, a little greener as well, but boy, she's long and elegant. Just needs a little bit more time on feed and a few more days. But congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results now coming out of Class 3. First, we'll go to Grayson Arbuck. Second, Casey Meyer. Third, Tatum Schroeder. Fourth to Avery Krause. Fifth is Addison Dalrymple. Sixth to Justine Pope. And seventh is Lily Neighbor. Our final class of Angus breeding heifers are entering the ring. There'll be 2 entries, January 7th and 17th.
We get into our last class of Angus females, and one that I think surfaces to the top really easily for this young man. Love the elegance that she has, that added extension and length in that neck. Just really, really fresh today. Maybe a tick moderate for the stage of the game, but boy, that thing packs a lot of punch as well. And the young man's done a fantastic job. The young lady here that's going to round the class out with second, big, broody, long spine mate coming to the female, just doesn't have the bells and whistles as our class winner does today to get into that first place hold. But congratulations to these exhibitors.
And in our final class, congratulations to Corbin Kunk with first. Jaden Thompson will be in second out of Class 4, bringing back for the selection of your champion Angus breeding heifer.
Let's give these Angus exhibitors a big round of applause as we get them out here in this champion drive. We won't go back and talk just each class. I think there's 3 females out here in this lineup that are exceptionally nice and have a really, really good future ahead of them. I know we get to pick a top 10 today, and I'm going to ask 3 of these probably to join us back at the end of the day. But I think the 3 that we're going to use today are just so elegant in their design. You love the functionality about them, but when we get up on top of them, they just got so much shape and power and dimension. And like I said, the flexibility, really appreciate them. I think there's one that just does it all for me in this division fairly easily and finds her way to the top. It'll be the young lady in the red. She'll be your champion. We'll bring that second place in and reevaluate for a reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations to our 3 placings out of this class for our Angus breeding heifers. Just a reminder, we do need you to take your animals and head over to the backdrop for our top 3 for your photos. Your champion Angus breeding heifer, exhibited by Grayson Arbuck. Reserve champion is Addie Krause, and third will go to Casey Meyer. As we continue on this morning, we're now to class 5. These will be your Charolais breeding heifers. There'll be 2 in this first class, April 21st and May 12th of this year of 24.
Here in our first class is Charolais females, and I'm just going to leave them how they came in. The young man's heifer here that's going to start the class off with one that just balances out so well. You love the freshness and the look and the eye appeal of that front end. You love the added extension she's got. Maybe he gives up a little bit of center body compared to the female that's in second, but a really nice female to start this class off with. The young lady's heifer here, that second big broody mate type of a cowie thing, just gives up that look, pushes a little bit more chest floor there, but boy, is she packed with a lot of punch. You really appreciate that about that female. Congratulations.
Congratulations out of class 5. First goes to Travis Moore, and second to Sarah Mead. Our final class of Charolais breeding heifers will have 4 entries, January 1 to February 27th.
Another class with a lot of differences here, but the young man's heifer here that we're going to go ahead and start the class off with, one that just balances out the best out of this set of females, one that is long and extended. You love that added length, the body that she has, and yet still puts it together in a really smooth package. Maybe wants to get a little bolder and maybe a little opened up there in her shoulder if we want to be picky, but I think that female there is a really solid place to start this class off with. This middle pair here, at times I wanted to go back and forth, but I think just the overall functionality and frame size for me today is going to find this young lady here second. I know the heifer's kind of giving her a hard time today, but if you really, once you finally get her parked and study her, you really appreciate the added length that she has, the balance that this one has as well, probably compared to our female that's going to come third. I love the set of feet on this female that's going to be third today. I love a big footed cow. We made one. She's just maybe a tick too big for me today. Gets a little coarse there at the crest of her neck, but boy, that's a big bodied female. You really appreciate the substance and the mass that she has. The young man here that's going to round the class out with just runs out a little bit of gas in this set of females. One that she too is long spine, and that you really appreciate that added length. Just doesn't put it together in that flashy show heifer package to get her up any higher. Congratulations.
Here's your results coming out of class number 6. First to go to Brenken Wet. Second is to Jada Wood. Third to Naya Ruda. And fourth to Hans Bumstead. Making the selection now of your champion, Charolais breeding heifer.
Let's give these Charolais exhibitors a round of applause out here, if you would, please. Just two classes, but I think both of these females represent the breed really, really well. I think there's one female out here that puts it together and just probably a little bit neater and cooler show heifer package, and just to appreciate her overall structure and smoothness compared to the other one. The young man out of the first class, he'll be your champion. Young man out of the second, you'll be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, your champion, Charolais breeding heifer, exhibited by Travis Moore, and your reserve exhibited by Brecken Went. As we continue on this morning, class number 7 will be your composite Charolais breeding heifers. Class number 7 has May 7th to June 7th of 24.
here in our first class of Composite Charolais, and I think a really fun one to go ahead and start things off with. One that just has that kind of out there look about her. You love how high tying she is out of that shoulder. But what I really gravitate to on this female is a set of feet and legs. Love how that knee sets in the slope of that shoulder. And when she gets out on the move, she does it with a lot of reach and ease. The young man's heifer here that's going to come next, one that's got a little bit more maturity on her compared to our class winner today, one that's big and bold in that center portion of her body. You really appreciate that about her. She just doesn't have that maybe a really, really wild out there added extension, but boy, this one's good looking as well. I just appreciate the set of feet and legs of our class winner over this female today. The greener female here that's going to round the class out with one that's a little tighter heighted today, wants to get a little rounder in her muscle shape, but I think one that'll be a tremendous cow prospect for that young lady down the road. Congratulations, guys.
Class number 7 first goes to Kim Orbis, second to Cooper Victor, and third will go to Sarah Mead. Class 8 will have 5 entries, February 8th to March 24th.
start this class of composite Charolais with the young man here is gray heifer, one that just is a little square out of that hip. That's where she's going to definitely get ahead of the white female. You love the maternal look about her. Maybe gives up a little bit of that center portion of her body, but you really love the foot and bone work that the female has. The young lady's a white heifer here, boy, one that is long necked. You really love that look that she gives you. Love the flexibility of this one's knee. Where we want to change this one is she wants to get a little rounder there out of her hip, but one that has a lot of punch packed into that frame there. You really appreciate the gold one that's going to come next. One with just a tick bigger frame, doesn't have that shape and natural dimension compared to some of these other ones. Big in her center portion of her body, just gets a little bit more flatter in that appearance. The two females here that'll round this class out with both a little more tubular, gets a little bit more coarser in their bone work, but I think two long, extended, broody made types of females. And both exhibitors have done a fantastic job getting them presented today. Give these kids a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 8. First will go to Ethan Benish. Second is to Karina Smirda. Third is to Blakely Smith. Fourth to Haley Victor. And fifth to Hazel Hall. Final class of our composite Charolais breeding heifers, a single entry, November 26th of 23.
Here in our last class of composites in a single entry, but one that definitely could have had some teammates here to battle against. One that is just out there. Boy, that she's got a wild front 1/3. You love how high tying that thing is. Balances out so nice and square out of that hip. It'll be fun to see her out here in the champion drive against our other class winners. Congratulations.
And congratulations out of Class 9 to TJ Mueller. Time to make the selection of your champion composite Charolais breeding heifer. I smell bacon.
Well, a huge shout out to the classic team. Again, appreciate all their dedication all week and got a great crew of them helping in the ring all day today, helping with the boys and girls. And also want to recognize a part of the classic team is our great photographers with the Mali official photographer here at the Classic, Maria Ashley Livestock Images. We appreciate her awesome crew. We've got Emily Zimmer of Pleasanton, Delinde of Loop City, Peyton Schmidt of St. Paul, and Maria. And make sure you guys go to the picture backdrop today and get your pictures taken.
Let's give these composite Charolais exhibitors a real big round of applause, if you would, please. I think we've got three really nice class winners, all three with some differences about them. I think the functionality standpoint on all of them is really, really good. They all balance out real nice, have that real good show heifer look. I think there's one out here that's just a tick more of an outlier than maybe some of the other ones. The young man here, the yellow heifer, she'll be your champion. Young man out of your second class, she'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Oh, uh-huh. Your champion composite Charolais breeding heifer exhibited by TJ Mueller. Reserve goes to Ethan Benish. All right, we're continuing on now with class number 10. These will be your keys. There'll be 3 classes. These are May 2nd to June 3rd.
Starting our key division, our first class. I think an ultra complete female here to go ahead and start this class of Summerborns out with. The young man's female here, you just love how square and how much dimension this one has. Puts it together in such a small, little, tidy a neck and throat there. Maybe if we want to be a little critical, maybe give her a little bit more extension. That's a big bodied heifer, and I think it creates a little bit of an optical illusion and makes that front, that neck look just a tick shorter, but I think that's a really solid place place to start this class off with. The young lady's heifer that's going to come second. This one's got a little bit more shape and dimension when you get down on top of her. But with that, we want to get a little outside of ourselves off of our front end there. Wants to push a little chest, but one that is so well balanced. You love her center depth of rib as well, like our class winner. Just want to just bring her together a little bit off that front end. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come in third, one that she's big and burly, and you really appreciate the dimension of her. We just get a little bit out of balance. I'd like to just relax her off those hind wheels and tidy up that chest floor a little bit, but I think a really nice class of keys to get started. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations in Class 10. First goes to Logan Schmidt, second to Catherine Neighbor, and third to Kim Orbis. Class number 11 entering the ring will be from March 9th to April 15th at 24.
Two interesting females here at the top of this class of keys. A lot of difference, and I know some guys ringside are going to be like, "Wow, I can't believe she just put that one second." Hear me out. This young lady's heifer here. We've got a long ways to go on these things. We need to have them looking fresh, and we need to have a little bit of frame size about us today. I've got things on both of these females I'd love to change. Love the size of this one. She's a tick greener than the female that's going to be second today. She wants to spin out a little bit there on her front feet. We can probably tend to that with some hoof trimming slowly down the road. But I just love the longevity standpoint of this female today. That's where she finds herself first. The female here, that second, boy, you see those drawings on paper of those show calves with the huge belly and the freaky little front ends. This is her. And I'm telling you, that is the coolest little critter right there. But with that, she's small. She is so mature today for me. I can't have it. We get in front of her. She wants to get really right off that chest floor already. I want to bring her in, tone her down on that. I want to give her a shot more cannon bone there. But boy, you can't paint one a better picture. I just need to see a little more future on this one today to get her above that heifer in first. The female here that's going to come next, one that's got a lot of maternal power, and you like the dimension and shape she has. She just ran into some really, really cool females ahead of her. Need to just balance her out, give her a little bit more eye appeal to get her up any higher. The two females here that'll round the class out with a lot alike in how they're designed and made, a little bit more tubular, but boy, are they long spine. They've got a lot of natural power up top. Just need to soften them up, drop them there in the center portion of their body, and lower them there in that flank. But a really fun top two in that class. Congratulations.
All right, we've got one final class of keys, January 24th and February 15th. Then we'll make the selection of your champion key breeding heifer. In the meantime, your results coming out of class 11. First, we'll go to Logan Barta. Second to Josie Johnson. Third is to Sarah Mead. Fourth to Riley Cudner. And fifth is to Jaden Neighbor.
Here in this classic keys, I'm going to go ahead and leave them how they came in. These two females are really high quality, and unfortunately, they both found themselves in the same class today. The young man's heifer here that's going to go ahead and start the class off with one that's just a little bit more show ready in her condition today. Love just how unique that thing is in her skull, and her neck. Love just the dimension that she has. She doesn't have the foot and the bone size compared to the heifer behind us today, but she's just got a lot of center depth of rib. You just love the uniqueness and the look that she's got above the female in second today. Boy, this female in second one, that is big, and you love just how much natural shape, and she's just a little greener compared to our heifer that's going to win the class today. Like I said, you love the foot and bone size. I love a big footed heifer. I just need to see a little bit more there in that center portion of her body today. I say, down the road as a big bred, this one probably rivals the other one. She doesn't have that freaky skull and neck design as the one ahead of her, but that's a lot of really good cow in that package. Just maybe needs just a tick more time and condition to get ahead of that other girl. But it'll be fun to watch these two go on down the road. Congratulations to two really nice, high quality females in this class.
And congratulations in Class 12. First goes to Adam Elves. Second is to Hadley Hartman. Now your selection of your champion key breeding heifer.
Give these key exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, please. I just really appreciate the class winners, the seconds that we've got out here. I don't think there's a type and kind. I think there's just quality out here. There's some females that have some different end points in their careers. You can tell some that have probably been shown before, and some that's probably just their first show, and just some fill differences that may have made the change today. I think there's two that have a highly tremendous future ahead of them. They look the part today. The two out of the last class, they'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion key breeding heifer exhibited by Adam Elves. Reserve is to Hadley Hartman. In our Key Angus Class 13, we will have two entries. Your champion in reserve will come out of this class as well, February 2nd and February 10th of 24.
just two head in our Key Angus division. And we're going to go ahead and use this young man's female here for our champion and our class winner. One that just you really gravitate to her balance and her eye appeal that she's got. Boy, when he gets her parked and she cocks off there, she gives you that killer show heifer look. Maybe want to lever a little out there in her top. She wants to get a little lower there in her shoulder, but boy, that's a really fun Key Angus female to look at and admire. The female here that's going to come in second in your reserve today, one that just is a little coarser compared to our class winner, one that's long spine. She's got a lot of maternal traits about her. Just need to give her a little bit more eye appeal and a little more flexibility to give her above that female today. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations, your champion Key Angus, exhibited by Garrett Schultz. Reserve will go to Tanner Hansen. Moving on now, Class 14, Gelbvieh breeding heifers. Single entry in Class 14, February 3rd.
Our first class of Gelbvieh females, and I think a really nice, fun way to get things started off with. You love the dimension and the balance and the eye appeal that this female brings to you. You love the uniqueness of her skull and her throat latch there. Maybe if you want to be really picky, maybe tidier up there in that chest floor, but I think that's an exceptionally high quality Gelbvieh female to start this division out. Congratulations, young man.
And congratulations to Carson Brooks. We'll give Carson just a second to get ready to come back in for Class 15. A single entry in Class 15, September 17th of 23.
I asked this young man if this was his heifer or of his brother's, and he said his brother's. But, buddy, I got a kid at home just like you. If my son doesn't keep an eye on his calves, his little sister will have him wheeling around the ring. But a really nice Gelbvieh female here, another single entry that the young man's brought us, one that is so fresh in her appearance. You really appreciate the elegance she has there in her neck and the added extension and the balance. And this girl packs a lot of natural shape and power and dimension. We'll see her out here in our champion drive. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations to Carson Brooks, but being shown by Keaton Brooks. And you got to love the Brooks brothers all working together like they are today. Good job, boys. Yeah, no kidding. Dad just said, take a picture. It won't last.
Let's give these young men and their Gelbvieh heifers a really big round of applause. just two females out here in this division drive, and I think there's one that is exceptionally good that has a tremendous future ahead of her. Both females are really, really nice, but I think this female here out of this first class has a lot of fun down the road. She'll be your champion. Young man in the second class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion Gelbvieh and reserve champion exhibited by Carson Brooks, but the reserve with the help of Keaton and Cole. Good job, boys. As we continue on, yet this morning we're on to class 16. These are your balancer breeding heifers. There'll be 4 classes. Class 16 is from April 1st to May 9th.
Our first class of balancer females, and the young lady here that's going to start things out with just a really elegant made female. You love just how fresh she is. You love how balanced she is. Love the depth of her center portion of her body. Maybe want to give her a shot more foot and bone size today to change her, but I think a really solid place to get things started with. The young man's female that comes second, one that's extra long and extended. You appreciate that about him. I really appreciate how this one's shoulder and knee placement is. Probably where we need to change some things on her is I'd like to tidy her up there in her chest floor, maybe clean her up there in her sheath, but I think a really exceptionally nice second place here in our class. The young lady's heifer that'll round the class out with probably the boldest made female, lots of natural shape. She just gets a little coarser, a little more common in that throat latch and out of that neck, but one that has a lot of shape and dimension down her top. Just need to tidy her up to get her above those other two. Congratulations, guys.
Here's results from class 16. First, we'll go to Keisha Albert. Second is to Parker Wolochowski. And third to Kaylin Riesland. Class 17 now set to enter the ring. There should be 2 entries in this balancer class. March 3rd and March 6th of 24.
two females in this class. We're going to go ahead and start with the young lady here in the maroon vest. One that just has a little bit more, love the balance of this one. You love the squareness that she has and just the overall appearance of her today. Love how she ties in really, really high out of that neck. We would like to tidy her up there in that brisket. She's one to push a little bit of chest today, maybe relax her in her spine, but you really like the squareness out of that hip and the foot and bone work that she has underneath her. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come second today, one that's really long and extended there in her neck. You appreciate her chest floor in her. She wants to get a little off in that hip, wants to get a little more round in her design and build, but one that I think has a tremendous cow prospect future ahead of her. Two nice bouncer females in that class. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations to Genevieve Kramer. First, second will go to Kinley Eckhoff. Class number 18 should have 4 entries coming in the ring, all born during the month of February, the 2nd, 3rd, and the 5th.
As we're in our Gelbvieh and Balancer show divisions, really want to do a shout out to the Gelbvieh breeders in the state of Nebraska. They have teamed up, and the heifers that have been sold here at the Classic are a part of an opportunity to win a pot that has grown up to $10,000 if they buy a heifer here at the Classic sales. Take them on to their junior national and win a division. And it's really an honor on behalf of the Classic. And I know, Susan, you work with all these breed associations too, to work with these associations that are so driven to make a difference for these young people and the breeders. You look ringside, and these breeders are here supporting the kids. We've got JJ Beeler as a part of our Aspiring Young Cattlemen program.
Yep.
And so, again, lots of these breeders, whether it's September Farms, Steinkugger Farms, those guys, Easton Bows, that have brought cattle here and really working to help the next generation.
And Ronette, they might say it's not very attainable, but we had a young man last year who took reserve. It is that attainable. He was just on the cusp of
And
winning that money.
Absolutely. And these breeders are going to just keep adding to that pot
Yep.
until someday a boy or girl can get that pot won. So we'll wish all these exhibitors good luck this summer at that junior national, and we'll hope one of them captures that $10,000 award.
Female here that's going to start this balancer class does so just on functionality and flexibility. When we get these set of heifers out and get them on the move, this one just does it with the most ease and athleticism. And boy, when he gets her parked right there and gets that head and neck up, she paints you just a killer picture there. Love the look, like I said, that she gives you, balances out so well. The female here that's going to come next, this one doesn't have the foot and the bone size compared to the female ahead of her, doesn't get get out with the function, the flexibility at the ground like that female, but you really love the softness that this female has, love the balance that she has and the freshness as well. The young lady here that'll come third, boy, when she gets her parts, you really appreciate her. Where we've got some issues with her is at the ground when we get her on the move. She just wants to get a little upright there off of her pasterns on the move, wants to get a little coarser in her shoulder compared to our second place heifer, but I think that's a really nice, smooth made female there. The young lady here that'll round out the class, one that's ultra broody, packed with a lot of power and natural shape and muscle, just maybe a little too powered up compared to some of these ahead of her. Need to just smooth her out, relax her there off of those hind wheels when we get her out on the move. Congratulations, guys.
Results here of Class 18. First will go to Easton Bow, second to Harper Steinkruger, third is to Paige Wallahosky, and fourth to Megan Wallahosky. Our final class of balancer breeding heifers are entering the ring. They are January 8th, 12th, and 31st.
Another nice class winner here in our balancer division. One that does so just with the overall show heifer look that she gives you. She just puts it together with the most bells and whistles out of this trio of females. You love how that skull and neck design and that throat latch, and just love how it ties in and just so square. And you love the freshness about her. Where we do need to change her is there at the ground off those hind wheels. I'd like to soften her up and just ask her to meet her stride a little better. The young man heifer here that's going to come second, a little coarser made, but one that's a lot like our class winner. She's big and bold in that center portion of her body, just doesn't put it together in that really neat package like our class winner. She too, I'd like to change off of those hind wheels as well and ask her just to set down on those back two with just a little bit more softness and flexibility. The young lady here in third, one that's just once again another big broody made type of a female, just doesn't put it together like some of our other ones. Didn't in that smooth show heifer package like we're one to see today. I do appreciate her athleticism there at the ground and her functionality. A nice class of balancer females. Congratulations.
We're set to make the selection now of your reserve and champion balancer breeding heifer, but Class 19 first goes to Grant Wallahosky, second to Cole Brooks, and third to Raylan Steinkruger.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, please. One of our bigger breeds we've seen so far today. It's been fun sorting through these things. I think we had some battles with some functionality and some structure issues on a few of them. I think there's two out here that have a tremendous future ahead of them. Really appreciate them at the ground. Really appreciate the look and the freshness and the balance and eye appeal that they have. I'm going to go with the two young calves out of the first classes. They'll be champion and reserve. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations, your champion balancer breeding heifer exhibited by Keisha Albert. Reserve will go to Parker Wolohoski. Now we move into our Hereford divisions. The first one is your miniature Herefords. Class 20 is a single entry, February 29th.
This young lady out here with Lainey Wilson in this single entry class of mini Herefords, and boy, she's got her stuck right there. That's a really nice showmanship job and a really nice heifer. These minis, you know, balance can be an issue at times, and you really appreciate the balance that this female has, the squareness that she has, and when we get her out on the move, she takes a big old reach off of those hind wheels. We'll see her out here in the champion drive. Congratulations.
And congratulations to McKinley Drews. Class 21 of your miniature Herefords. This will be our last class. There are 3 in the class. September 14th to November 9th of 23.
going to go ahead and leave this class of mini Herefords the way they came in. This female that wins the class, this is a very high quality mini Hereford in this division, one that has so much look and elegance and balance. You love the freshness that she has. And like I said, when we get in these mini Herefords, a lot of times we lose some balance in that underline. This female is neat and tucked it in that chest floor, and then still balances out so nice and drops in that flank with a really nice swoop to her underline. The two females here that are going to follow her up, the young lady here with the lighter red female just doesn't have that balance like the heifer in front of her. Just a little more chest floor compared to the heifer in front of her, and just a tick more moderate. But I think that's a really nice, long, extended female. You really appreciate her at the ground when we get out on the move. She takes a big old reach. The young lady here that's going to round the class out with the dark red L, she said her name is, one that you really appreciate the squareness of her hip, the youthfulness in her head. You really appreciate the condition that she is. She just doesn't have that balance. Maybe gets a little wastier there in the center portion of her body. But boy, that's a really nice trio of mini Hereford heifers, and good job to those young showmen.
And congratulations in class 21. First will go to Maddox Thompson. Second is to Mason Blesson. And third to Gentry Blesson. Bringing them back in now for your selection of your champion miniature Hereford breeding heifer.
Quite possibly the best division all day. And boy, these things excel in overall cuteness. These are some really cute showmen that have done an incredible job getting these calves exhibited. Kudos to you parents on getting these kids involved at a young age. There's a lot of activities that can get these kids swooped in at an early age and them not have the interest whenever it comes time to show cattle. And I know it takes a lot of extra time in the evenings to be in the barn with these younger kids. I think there's two females that surface to the top really, really easily for me. The two out of the second class, they'll be your champion reserve. Congratulations to them.
You know,
Good.
Susan, want everybody to enjoy their day here at the Classic. Again, Cactus Jacks is here. We appreciate Jeff, Leo, and Sarah for being with us all week. They're serving up some great food today, guys. So as we get closer to that lunch hour, make sure and go over visit Cactus Jacks. They are by the picture backdrop booth. You can't miss them. And Susan, I've been having to hold you down, but you've been venturing off into the shopping in the building.
Yeah, good thing my husband's not around because you might get me in trouble.
Well, and really a huge shout out to we thank Sullivan Supply for being here. We thank Travis with Final Drive. They're over here on the north side of the ring. We got the guys here from Wild Ass Soaps. And I tell you what, if you haven't tried their products, guys, venture over there.
Lots of great things that are here to shop. Real quick, we got to mention our champion miniature Hereford Heifer was exhibited by Maddox Thompson and reserve went to Mason Blesson. There is literally something here for anybody. And whether you've got, an anniversary, a birthday, you forgot Valentine's Day, there's some shopping abilities. And really a big shout out and thank you to all the folks that are here because they endured the cold temperatures earlier this week to come in and get set up, and they brought some great quality products.
They did, and you're exactly right. Those businesses joined us. They made sure they were set up by Monday last week and enjoy looking. There's several of them in the front concourse out there, guys. And a huge shout out to Rob and Jody Cooper. They're located over here on the north side of the ring as well. Also, want to recognize and thank Twisted Stitch. Tom and Jerry are sponsors here at the Classic. So if you're needing to get a hat or a jacket embroidered, go on over there. I think Jerry's probably working the booth today and appreciate their sponsorship and also their support. The south side of the ring has been a hot spot. And Susan, you've been talking about your goats at home. And I bet if you went over to 701X, Rob Paxton is sitting there. And I bet we could even put some GPS on those goats so you could be monitoring and making sure they're in their pen.
Well, thank God I've got ones that don't get out, knock on wood, but it is a good thing to have. And in the world that we're in, where we want some extra security on these bulls, it's a great way, like you said, you can follow along with them. And if you have them in a huge pasture or out on some rangeland, you can watch and see exactly where they're at and who they're hanging out with.
It is. And, technology is changing rapidly. I don't have to tell you guys that. And, we've heard about these tractors that can drive themselves. And so now it's only time that the beef industry and technology for cattlemen and things and the tools you need. So he's sitting over there. Visit with him today. A shout out to the Allied Nutrition team. They're here. They enjoy supporting youth. And I've been joking, we listen to them talk about their great Diva product. So if you're looking for some new Diva products, stop over there. Jeff Meredith, Cody, Jefferson Keller, they've been around here all week. JC, and visit with them about everything they have to offer. And of course, you can't miss the Aero Equip. Really want to do a shout out to Aero Equip, Matt and Michaela Gertis, for being the show ring sponsor here
Yep.
at the Classic. They actually had the shoot and scale that we used for all of our livestock check-ins. So again, if you're looking for cattle equipment, make sure and give Matt and Michaela a call. And any of these vendors mention the Classic and find out a Classic special. Well, Kinsey, I think we're ready to roll over there. Let's get our next class rolling.
So we get back now to the show ring. Class 22 is set to walk in the ring. These Hereford breeding heifers are from April 2nd to May 14th.
Well, again, we want to recognize the Hereford Association and all the opportunities they provide to youth. Remember to get involved in their futurity showback if you bought a heifer at the Classic Fall Edition or if you bought one here at the Winter Edition.
If you guys have watched me judge before what we show, I like an outlier. I like one with some big features and some wild look about him. And, you know, we've had some Herefords before, and to have one this fresh and this long and freaky and have that kind of skeleton and jaw on one, she's got a lot of future for her down the road. Probably where I'd probably want to change this one is she wants to spin out a little bit there on those front feet at the ground, but boy, that thing has a lot of fun pieces, and that young man's going to have a lot of fun with that one along the road. The female here that's going to come next, I really like this female, but when we get home, we need to pull that feed pan back on this one. This thing is big and wolfy. I love the feet and leg structure under this one. We just need to tone her down on condition today. She's starting to push a little bit of chest, getting a little bit of crest there at the top of that neck, but I think this is a very high quality female. You really appreciate a lot of things about that one. The next two here, these two females here, I think you could flip flop them. Young man, go ahead and bring her here and set them together. I guess for me, it's the longevity standpoint of which one's going to hold together in that top line. The female here, I just felt more comfortable with. I love the strength of her top. She doesn't tie in as high as this female behind her out of that neck, but I think just long term down the road, you're just going to have a better chance of standing a little higher there at the class. She wants to get a little off there in her hip. Love the added extension to her. Really nice female to follow up there in third. The young man heifer here that I was talking about, one that's really high tying out of that shoulder. You love that added length there in her neck. She wants to get a little low there in her shoulder. That's where I was pushing the heifer in front of her, above her. Just like to strengthen her top there and level her out. But I think that one's got a lot of really fun pieces for the young man. The next female that's going to come, one that the longest bodied one of the class. A lot of broody features about this one. Just need to relax her in her spine, maybe drop her there in the center portion of her body and her flank. But I think that female's in a really nice, fresh package today. The young man's done a very nice job getting her shown. The two females that are going to go ahead and round the class out with just a little coarser in their design, doesn't put it together in the smooth, unique show heifer look and eye appeal like some of those ahead of them, but they've got a lot of natural power and shape and raw meat. Really, really good cow prospects for these young ladies. Congratulations.
Results now out of Class 22. First goes to Michael Coulterman, second to Lander Forbes, third is to Blake Day, fourth to Devin Danielson, fifth to Milton Greifels, sixth will be to Jaden Thompson, and seventh to Jaden Thompson. We're bringing in Class 23 now, February 14th to the March 28th. Ronette?
We were talking about the Nebraska Hereford Association and them working with the youth and all of their opportunities, and wanted to take a moment and introduce a young lady. And I'm actually going to let her introduce herself. I want her to tell us her name, where she's from, how old she is, and what she's involved in the Nebraska Hereford Association.
Hi, I am Emma Hackbar. I am the Nebraska Hereford Princess. I am 14 years old and absolutely love the Hereford Association.
Wonderful. Let's put our hands together for this young lady and thank her for being here today.
Go ahead and leave this class of Herefords the way they came in. I'm going to go ahead and start with the youngest heifer, the March heifer here amongst these Februaries, one that just has so many unique pieces. You love how the shoulder sets in and then that swoop down there into that knee. When we get her out on the move, she does it with a lot of flexibility, very fresh, maybe a tick green. And with that, our second place is probably the greenest for frame size in this class, but I think these two females have a tremendous future about them. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come in second, really love the added length that she has, the squareness out of that hip. Maybe just gets a little lower there in their front 1/3 compared to the female ahead of her. But boy, I really appreciate the feed and the bone work underneath that female. The young lady here that's going to come next, one that's pushing a little more condition compared to our first and second places. But boy, she's big and broody with a ton of center depth of rib there. Like I said, where we want to do is we just want to trim her up. She's starting to push just a little brisket and a little more leather there in her throat latch. But man, she gives you a really cool, wicked look there whenever we get her parked. The young lady's heifer that'll round the class out with one that she's very long and extended. You really like that added length there in her neck that she's got. Maybe you need to soften her up there in her center portion of her body. Need to relax her there off the ground, off those hind wheels. But I think a really solid set of Hereford heifers. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations out of class 23, excuse me. First goes to Emma Stallbomber, second to Audrey Pearson, third to Collins Porter, and fourth will go to Kagan Withon. Class 24 will have two entries, October 4th and November 16th. Yeah, well,
Guys, this Hereford heifer that's leading this class off with, this is a very, very nice critter. This thing, you paint her black and throw her in with the keys, and I think she could have surfaced her way to the top pretty easily. They just don't make them like this very often. This thing's head and neck structure setting on that kind of frame with that much natural shape and dimension and the bone and foot size. This is a very, very high quality Hereford heifer, and this young lady does an exceptionally good job getting this thing stuck. Young man here that's going to be second, a very high quality heifer, just got into some very, very deep water. Maybe you need to trim her back a little bit on condition. She's one to push a little bit more condition there, their neck, there in her shoulder and her chest floor. But man, this thing's balanced. You love the set of feet and legs that she has as well. Just needs to, doesn't have the bells and whistles like the female ahead of her to get up in that first place hole. Congratulations, guys.
congratulations. Class 24, first will go to Chesney Prince, and second is to Jackson Snell. Bringing in for your selection of your champion Hereford breeding heifer.
out here in our champion Hereford Drive, and it's been a very deep division and some really, really outstanding females. I think there's two out here that will be fun. I'll try to follow them as they go along in their journeys on a national level. We've got one today that is maxed out, ready to go. We've got one that you can tell is in the very beginning stage of her journey. The young female, the young lady out of the last class, she's champion. Young man out of the first class, she'll be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
And our congratulations to Chesney Prinz, your champion Hereford breeding heifer exhibitor. And reserve will go to Michael Coulterman. Moving on now with class 25. These are your polled Hereford breeding heifers. This first class will be May 4th to June 1st.
Again, we want to remind our breed champions and reserves, please go over to the backdrop and get a photo so we can make sure we get all of our results posted, as well as we will get them to Showtime. So please make sure you go over and take a picture at the backdrop.
Really nice class winner here to start off our pole division one. That just, man, you love the youthfulness of that skeleton and her skull and her jawline. And when we get her out on the move, she does it with so much grace and athleticism. Where this one's going to excel over the female behind her is foot and bone size. You love that about her. You love how that shoulder sets into her and the transition into that knee. Really nice pulled female to start things off with. The young heifer here, that'll be second. Another one that gives you that killer look. You love the added extension and length of that neck. Love how square she is. She doesn't have the foot and the bone size as the heifer in front of her. Like to set that shoulder in her a little bit better. She just wants to get a little vertical off that front end. The young lady here that's going to be third, another really high quality female, just got into a few with a couple with a few more bells and whistles than her. This one too, she's long spined. You love the freshness and youthfulness about her. Just wants to get a little lower how she ties in out of that neck, maybe pushing a little bit more chest, like to drop her in that flank. But I think three really nice pulled females to start things off with. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations in class 25. First will go to Blake Day, second to Graydon Forbes, and third to Ansley Stones. Entering the ring now will be our Class 26. Class 26 is from April 2nd to April 20th.
This female here that we're going to start this class off with, just so complete. You love the bone work and the foot shape that this thing's got. Puts it together in such a broody package, very fresh in her appearance. Boy, when she gets her stuck right there and gets that head up, it just gives you that killer show heifer look. Maybe if we want to tweak some things on her, she wants to get a little off there in her hip, but the young lady's done an exceptionally good job getting this one presented. The young lady here that's going to come next, one that is so square, you really like that about her. She wants to get a little flatter there in that forerib compared to our class winner. Doesn't have that long added extension and length there in that neck, but I think one that's a very highly competitive female just got in a little bit of deep water there with that female as a class winner. The young lady that's going to bring this one next, that'll be third. One that when they hit the ring, you really gravitate this one. You really like the squareness and the balance that this female has. Where we need to change some things is condition wise. She's wanting to get a little thick and crusty there at the top of her neck, pushing a little bit of chest floor. But I think if they go home and peel that feed pan back, that thing can rival that class winner very easily. That's a very nice heifer, just too much condition, like I said, for me today. The young lady that's going to come next, one that's another very nice, really complete heifer. You really like the athleticism that she has and the flexibility. We just need to balance her out a little bit more. She wants to get a little weaker there in her loin when we ask her to move. Want to get her just a shot more muscle and natural shape and dimension out of that lower 1/3 as well. The two here that's going to round the class out with both very long spine, elegant May type of a female. We just get a little vertical off both ends, and that's where we need a change. We got some skeletal issues that's going to find them rounding out the class today. But congratulations to those exhibitors.
Here's your results of Class 26. First, we'll go to Brooke Day. Second to Remington Blesson. Third, exhibited by Lathan Porter. Fourth to Aspen Kreifels. Fifth is to Allie Bach. And sixth to Jack Drews. Class 27 is coming in the ring now, all born during the month of March from the 3rd to the 23rd.
Two really, really nice females in this poll class that's going to start things off with. The female here, I'm going to go ahead and start things off with just more of her today. You like the base width that she has compared to the female behind her. Just love the overall dimension right there behind her shoulder. There's just a lot more of her. Maybe doesn't have that wild, wild neck that that second place heifer has, but boy, this is a very nice, youthful female. You really appreciate how high tying she is. Maybe she wants to get a little off there in her top, like to just level her out there ever so slightly, but I think that's a super woofy female to go ahead and start things off with. This female that's going to come next, she is elegant. You love how long that neck is and how tying it is. There's just not as much of her today. Wants to get a little inverted there in her forerib compared to the heifer above us, but she is long, she is square. You really appreciate the footwork and the bone structure underneath her. We just need to spread her out whenever we get her on the move as well. She wants to crisscross a little bit ever so slightly off those hind wheels, but I think two really high quality females to start things off. The young lady's heifer here, really, really complete, just doesn't have that wow factor compared to those ahead of her. Like to just maybe tie her in a little higher at that neck, drop her there in that center portion of her body, but don't get down on that one. That's a very pretty much fault free heifer. Like I said, just doesn't have that wow factor compared to the others. This one here, she's got that look that you like about her. She's high tying. You really, really like that. Just gets a little crustier about it. Wants to get a little vertical out of that front shoulder, but boy, is she square and ultra complete. Love the depth of rib and the broodiness that she has about her. The young lady here that's going to come next, a little more moderate compared to the females ahead of her, packs a lot of punch in that small frame. Love the added extension and the shape that she has. Just needs to maybe soften her up, flatten her out a little bit, and give her a little bit more of that flatter show heifer eye appeal compared to the others in front of her. The female here, where she's going to find herself behind the other ones, those hind wheels for me. Just like to give her a little bit more set off of those hocks, but really she's a very, very ultra complete. Just doesn't have the shape compared to the heifer in front of her. Just gets a little tick off in their hip, but that's another very complete female. Good. The two here that'll round the class out with a lot alike. More moderate, just doesn't have the maybe the size and the frame and the extension compared to those other ahead of him. But I think very complete, very flexible, functional cattle to round things out with. Congratulations, guys.
Results of Class 27. First goes to Cooper Lindstrom. Second to Raylan Stutzman. Third is to Olivia Ostrand. Fourth to Kaylee Kilgo. Fifth is to Connor Mass. Sixth to Connor Mass. Seventh to Chance Riesland. And seventh to Avery Ostrand. Moving along to Class 28. This will be our last class of Polled Herefords. They are from January 30th to February 27th.
Here in this final class of polls, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady's female here that's just got a lot more to her today. Maybe she doesn't have that wow factor and maybe the more refined look as the female behind her, but there's a lot of girl here, and I really appreciate just the natural dimension and shape that she has. Love the foot and bone size. She maybe wants to get a tick crusty there at the top of her neck, but boy, that's a really, really nice ultra cowy female. Love the functionality, the size, and the flexibility of her. The female here that's going to be second, like I said, she is very cute. I love that about her. But in this class of January's, I'd like to just see a little bit more of her today. She's a tick moderate, but boy, is she pretty. So elegant in her design and her makeup, and really appreciate the flexibility and functionality of her as well. The young man Heifer here that's going to come third. Young man, appreciate your bow tie. You look very sharp today, by the way. One that's super, super broody. You love the cowiness about her. We just want to get a little vertical off both ends of her skeleton. Want to push a little bit of a chest there today. Like to tuck that into her. But the young man's done an exceptional job getting her shown today. The young lady that'll round the class out with, well, another one that's super broody, big framed. You like that about her. Just want to maybe tone her down in some condition, soften her up there in her center portion of her body. But you appreciate the soundness and the structure that she has. Congratulations to this class of Polled Herefords.
Congratulations in class 28. First goes to Rylan Linneman, second to Autumn Dietz, third is to Kason Drews, and fourth to Cadence Kilo. Next will be your selection of your champion, Polled Hereford Breeding Heifer.
Will recognize the Nebraska Hereford Association and all of the opportunities they have for boys and girls. They held their Cornhusker Classic sale during the Classic Fall Edition. And then they have the sales here at the Classic. If boys and girls made a purchase at those sales, if you purchased a heifer, guys, make sure you're talking to the Hereford Association. Their foundation has a $500 grant program if you're buying heifers at the Hereford Association sales. Remember to get involved in their futurity program. Their show this summer will be in Lexington, and there is a showback class there for heifers and steers purchased either at the fall edition or here at the classic. So tremendous opportunities with the Nebraska Hereford Association. Also want to recognize the classic reward program to get signed up, and in that reward program, you get to be a part of educational tours, cash back, and several other things. So lots of options with all the breed associations, but at this time we'll recognize the Nebraska Hereford Association, and I know Hannah Pearson is their new director.
Let's give all these polled exhibitors a really big round of applause, if you would, please. I think this breed was exceptionally good all the way from the top to the bottom. A lot of functionality, a lot of quality in these animals. We've got some different types and kinds out here. We've got some more flashier made ones. We've got a couple of females that have a lot of just natural power and performance about them. I think there's one female out here that kind of checks all the boxes for me. I think she's an easy champion for me. When we bring our second place in, we'll reevaluate him and then get us a reserve. But young man out of our third class year champion pulled today. Congratulations. We bring our second place out here, and I guess we'll talk just real quick. We talked to her in class where she was greener and just didn't have the robustness as that female that was in first. I've got to have some doability, some natural conditioning and stuff. And you wonder, is she green or is she just a little harder doing once we get her out here and look at some of these other ones? Maybe I'll be a wild card today, but I think this class one winner has a lot of future about her. That's going to be your reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Our congratulations to Cooper Lindstrom, your champion Polled Hereford breeding heifer. Your reserve will go to Blake Day. Moving on now will be our class 30 this morning. These will be your Lim-Flex, a single class with 5 entries from January 13th to April 5th.
We got four heifers here in this top end of this class that is exceptionally good. We've got some that are show ready today, and maybe our fourth place heifer isn't. This female here, you can't miss this one out of this group of females. One that is so striking from the side profile, the set of feet and legs that she sets down on are so well made. And maybe if we want to, once she gets parked out here, she tones that tail head down. When we got her in here on the move, that tail head wanted to stay up pretty high. But now that she's relaxed and come into herself, she looks really good and it sets in well. Just the transition into that neck, into that shoulder, and that forerib, very seamless, high quality female. Here between our second and third, probably could be your flip flop difference. This one to me, love the top of this one. Love how she holds herself together out here. Like how that neck transitions into that shoulder as well. She just doesn't have that just absolute creature wow factor as the heifer above her to get ahead of our first place. But boy, that's a very sound, high quality female that got into really deep water. I like this female. This is a very high quality calf, like I said as well. But when we get her out here, we get her parked. She wants to just get really weak up there in her top. Just want to just bring that up in her ever so slightly. Love how long and extended and how cool she is out there in her neck. Just maybe need to stretch her out a little bit as well. But another high quality female. The female here, man, when you get her parked, she paints such a beautiful picture in a silhouette. Where we've got some issues here is we've got some spine issues. She wants to get pretty tight up there, which causes that hip to duck. We're a little green compared to the trio ahead of her, but I think we maybe an adjustment and just some time, she'll be able to rival a few of those. Young man, very good cow prospect here. You got into some exceptionally deep water. This girl's packed with a lot of shape and natural power and dimension. Just doesn't have that show heifer wow like the rest of them do today. Congratulations, guys.
Okay, we have Main-Anjou will be our next breeds to bring in. Class 31 will have two entries, April 7th and April 10th. The results of Class 30, your champion Lim-Flex breeding heifer exhibited by Vienna Cells. Reserve was to Bailey Grant, third to Tinley Luby, fourth to Kayla Troer, and fifth to William Podlick.
Two exceptionally high quality females in this class of mains. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the lady of the group here. One that is just so elegant. You like just how refined she is, but still has tremendous amount of shape and dimension and bone and foot size. She just puts it together in just a smoother, more ladylike package. Very high quality female. Love the athleticism. Love her in her spine, how relaxed she is when we get her out on the move. A very high quality female. Young man here, he got on to me. I asked him what his this heifer's name was. He told me Black Flower. I asked him, "Are you sure it's not pink?" He said, "Look at her. She's black." Anyway, this female is packed full of punch. This thing's natural shape and dimension, but with that, it puts it together in a little bit more of a tighter package up there in her spine. Just want to relax her there, maybe even tone her down a little bit. But boy, that is a powerhouse, good looking sucker. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our second class of Main-Anjou breeding heifers is class 32 from February 12th to February 18th. Congratulations in class 31 to Hadley Dunclow and second to Carter Cole.
Female here that's going to find her way to the top does so very, very easily. Love the added just extension that this thing has, and the bone size and the structure that she's got. Maybe if we want to be really, really critical, she wants to spin out ever so slightly there off of that front end, but I think an ultra high quality female. The young lady that'll come here second behind her, one that mimics her a whole lot. You love the added extension and length, and then just the functionality and the smoothness that she transitions in with. Just like to elevate her a little bit. She's a little smaller frame compared to the female that wins the class. Unfortunately, the young man's female over here just would not cooperate with him today. Just relax and really showcase her assets. One that's big and bold. You love that about her. Just like to maybe smooth her up. She wants to get just a little coarser there in her shoulder. Maybe tuck that neck in. I'd like to extend her and stretch her out there, but I think three really nice females in this class of mains. Congratulations.
Congratulations out of class 32. First goes to Adam Elf, second to Violet Nuss, and third to Baker Bemmer. There are time for the selection of your Main-Anjou breeding heifer.
Not the biggest numbers here in our main drive, but I tell you what, this is the deepest division we've had all day. There hasn't been a bad one in any of these classes. So let's give these kids and people behind the scenes a big round of applause for these cattle. I think we've got two exceptionally good class winners. I think we've got two really good second places that represent the breed. I think one out here is just maybe a little truer at the ground and off those feet and knee placement. The young lady here out of your first class, exceptionally high quality female, she'll be your champion. Our class winner out of the second class will be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations, your champion Main-Anjou exhibited by Hadley Dunclow. Your reserve is to Adam Elps. Moving on now will be our Main Angus breeding heifers. This is class 33, May 7th to May 26th.
Woolly, these females, the way they came in, this Main Angus female is going to lead the class off with one that is just tons of dimension in that center portion of her body. Ties in so high out of the point of that shoulder. You love that about her. Maybe she's a tick jammed up, maybe compared to the female behind her. But I think man one with a lot of future and a lot of fun down the road for the young lady. The young man here that's going to come second one that is exceptionally long and you love the added extension just doesn't have that softness in the center portion of her body or the flexibility like that class winner does off those hind wheels. But a really nice start to the Main Angus division. Congratulations.
Congratulations out of class 33. First goes to Sarah Mead. Second is to Corbin Kunk. 34 is our next class. This is still your Main Angus breeding heifers, January 6th to February 20th.
Here in this class of Main Angus, there's some things I'd really like to change about all of them. But for me, I think overall functionality, soundness, structure, this young lady's female finds her way to the top. Where we need to change some things on this one is condition. She's starting to really push a little extra cover for me today than I like. But boy, just the functionality, the flexibility at the ground. She's got to take more added extension there in that neck, puts it together in a little more feminine of a package compared to maybe this heifer that's going to be in second. This is a very cool heifer. Love the coolness about her. Love the bone size. Maybe just a tick clubby. Want to give her just maybe a little more maternal look about her. Maybe a little bit more frame size. Stretch her out in that neck. But boy, that's a really fun package made type of a female. The young man's heifer that's going to come next. One, whenever we get her parked, you love the elegance about her. You love the femininity, the added extension she has in her neck. Where I've got the most issues is at the ground. When we get her on the move, those hind wheels, she just doesn't want to sit down and relax and she wants to get outside of herself. But I think three really nice females. The young lady here in the red sweater that'll come next, one with a lot of added extension. You really appreciate that about her. You appreciate the freshness that she is today. Just needs a little more size, a little more coolness to get her above any higher. This female here, boy, one that's wild, high tying out of that neck. Just need to soften her up there in her center portion of her body, give her a shot more natural shape and muscle dimension, and just ease her off those back wheels whenever we get her out on the move. But a really fun class of Main Angus. Congratulations, guys.
Here's results coming out of class 34. First, we'll go to Jalen Wolfinger. Second is to Jude Gall. Third to Bennett Christensen. Fourth to Bailey Hall. And fifth to TJ Mueller. Class 35 will be a single entry September 16th of 23.
A single entry, but a very nice female. You really, really like the feed and the bone work underneath this individual. Love the added look that she has. It'll be nice to see her out here in the champion drive. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Kane Delatour. Bringing in now for your selection of your champion Main Angus breeding heifer.
Let's give our Main Angus exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, please. We get our three class winners out here in our champion drive. And, I've kind of honed in about functionality and soundness and structure and longevity and things that are very important. And, I've really preached condition today, but, when you think about it, what one of those things can we, go home and fix? And condition is the easiest thing we can do on one. With that being said, your class or your champion out of class 2 will be your champion Main Angus. Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations, your champion Main Angus breeding heifer exhibited by Jalen Wolfinger. Reserve went to Sarah Mead. Just a reminder, don't forget to head over to the backdrops and then, of course, check out all the photos that are being posted. Ronette, you and I were just kind of looking through some of the past ones from the pop up and from the fall edition. And these pictures that are taken in the ring and outside of the ring just really kind of capture the moments that are happening during the show.
It is, and Mally and her crew do a tremendous job. Cannot begin to thank them enough for being a part of the classic events and all we do. And it's a great team of girls, and several of you that travel all across the nation to other livestock expos recognize them. They actually work under other individuals, and the NCC decided we were going to hire these Nebraska girls directly. So very honored. Their crew, and they have their own businesses. We've got Emily Zimmer of Pleasanton, Dylan Day of Loop City, Peyton Schmidt of St. Paul, and again, Maria and her Mally Livestock Images. So make your way over to the photo backdrop.
We're going to go ahead and start things in our maintainer division. And I think a very, very nice female to start things off with. The young lady here in the pink shirt has one that is just so eye appealing. And whenever she finally wants to relax and get parked, she gives you such a good silhouette and that show heifer look. You can tell that she's very good at the ground, even whenever she's fighting the halter. I like to see her out here in the champion drive and relax a little bit to give us a better look, but that's a very high quality female. The young man's heifer here that's going to be second, one that has tremendous depth of rib and natural substance. She just needs to be a little more extended out of that neck there area, but another one that's very good at the ground. You really appreciate the feed and the bone work underneath her. The young lady that rounds the class out with one that's very, very big backed. You really love the added muscle that she has, but with that, she wants to get a little round there in a hip, get a little tubular, like to set her down on a little bit, set her bigger set of feet and legs. But congratulations to those maintainer exhibitors.
Congratulations in the maintainers. First goes to Rivera's. Second is to Kelton Brunn, and third to Emma Hall. Class 37 of our maintainer breeding heifers are from April 2nd to April 29th.
We got a lot of give and take in this class of maintainers, and I'm going to go ahead and settle with this Baldy today. But I'm not going to say that any of these, even our third place, won't beat these females down the road. I love this thing from the side. I love the elegance, the added extension, the length that this thing has. I've just got a pretty hard hold up whenever we get behind her and I watch her move off of those hind wheels. This thing wants to roll out pretty hard, but man, if whoever's at home can get a grasp on that and start working on those feet, this thing is absolutely killer. You love the look that she gives you. That's just where I need to change this one. When we get here to these two females, second and third, I guess for me today, I'm going to go with the female. There's just a little bit more of her today. Love her out of her hip more. Love the set of feet and legs that she has. She doesn't have the big wow factor front end. Gives up a little bit of that look there in that throat latch, but I love her from the shoulders back there. A very nice, complete female. The heifer that is going to come next, a little more refined. She gives you such an elegant look. Love the added depth and dimension there in the center portion of her body. I just need to see a little bit more of her power up there out of her hip, but I think a very ultra complete female. The young lady here that's going to come next, boy, this thing is packed full of punch. And with that, we maybe just have a little bit too much punch there packed. She gets a little tight wound when we get her on the move, but boy, is she big, she bold and robust. Just need to soften her up there on the move. The young lady here that'll come next, both of these two females, a lot alike, long spine, very maternal made. Just need to soften them up there in the center portion of their skeleton and also soften them up on those hind wheels. But a very nice class of maintainer heifers. Congratulations.
And congratulations in class 37. First, we'll go to Brantley Wentz. Second to Caitlin Evans. Third, Madison Linneman. Fourth is to Kylie Ayers. Fifth to Catherine Neighbor. And sixth is to Megan Lawson. Class 38 will be next in the ring. Class 38 is from March 1st up to March 15th. And of course, as we get closer to this lunchtime and you need a food refuel break, don't forget we do have Cunningham's and, of course, Cactus Jacks as well. And of course, we all need caffeine, especially when we're looking at the last days of showing. Don't forget you can fuel up with the folks over at Cup and Cork.
Boy, you kind of get an autopilot out here, and then you have one that kind of wakes you up. And this maintainer female here is really, really high quality. You love just how fresh she is at this stage of the game, and her skeletal design, and sets down on such a nice little neat neck. And then you get to the side of her, and she is so big and bold and robust in that rib cage. But what I really, really appreciate about this one is the set of feet and legs. I love a good sized foot and a good bone shape and structure underneath one. That's a very, very good female there to kickstart this class off with. The young man's heifer here that's going to come in second. What gets him above the heifer behind him today is there's just a little bit more of her in this stage of the game. One thing I'd probably want to change on this one is just neating her up there in that chest floor. She wants to get a little bolder out there in the shoulder, but I think a very, very nice female. And like I said, really appreciate the foot and bone structure on this female as well. The young lady here that's going to come third one, when you get out beside her, she is so elegant. You love how high tying she is, how smooth she transitions into that shoulder. We just need to see a little bit more of her today. But she's in a stage of the game and the condition that she's in that you can go feeding on that one and have a lot still there a year from now and have a good looking fresh female at the majors. The young man's heifer here that's going to come next, one a little bolder in design, packing a lot of muscle and shape. And then with that, we just need to tone her down, like the flexibility at the ground whenever we get her out on the move. The young lady's heifer that'll round the class out with long, extended, you love the added length that that one has. We just need to relax her there off those hind wheels when we get her out on the move to move her up. Congratulations, guys.
The results of Class 38. First, we'll go to Hadley Hartman. Second to Grady Luby. Third is to Grace Rathman. Fourth to Nathan Grease. And the fifth to Breveris. Class 39 maintainer breeding heifers have 2 entries, January 14th and February 16th.
These maintainer females, the way they came in, the young lady's female here, boy, when we get this thing parked and put in place, I absolutely love her. Love the balance, love the freshness, the added extension up through that neck. Where we get some issues is when we put her into motion. She just doesn't want to set down softly off those hind wheels at the ground, but I think that's a very attractive, high appealing female for that young lady. The heifer here that's going to come second, boy, is this thing burly. She is robust. She is just stout, packed with tons of natural power and muscle. But with that, she wants to get a little coarser, wants to get a little wider off that front end. Just like to tone her back in her muscle, soften her up in her look and design to get her up any higher. Congratulations.
And congratulations, Class 39 to Logan Barta. Second will go to Kylie Ayers. Class 40 will be a single entry September 13th of 23. Then the selection will be of your champion maintainer breeding heifer.
Just a single entry in the maintainer class here, but I think a very ultra complete, high quality female. You just love how much center depth and dimension this female has, the smoothness and transition from that shoulder into that forerib. And when we ask her to get out on the move, she does it with a lot of ease and athleticism. Be fun to see her out here in the champion drive. Congratulations.
Congratulations to AJ Prospisco with your Class 40 winner. Bringing them back in now for the selection of your champion maintainer breeding heifer.
Let's give these maintainer exhibitors a round of applause. A very good turnout of individuals out here. I think there's one here that checks all the boxes of overall functionality, eye appeal, longevity. And, we talked and just this set of feet and legs that this individual sets down on. The young lady here out of the middle class wins it today. Congratulations. We bring our second place out here for reserve, and I think that was an extremely tough class in that top three. We're going to go ahead and keep those two together. She'll be reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, our champion maintainer breeding heifer exhibited by Hadley Hartman. Your reserve is to Grady Luby. We continue on. We have a single class of Red Angus breeding heifers. This is class 41 from January 27th to April 3rd.
Sorry, it took me just a second to sort through these and rewalk them, but I think this one that finds herself at the top is an extremely high quality individual. SL and I have tried dabbling with these reds a little bit, and to get one with that much flexibility and functionality and balance and eye appeal, it's kind of difficult. So this one's kind of a unicorn out here in this class. Young lady does an exceptional job getting her shown as well. Congratulations to that female. I rewalked this class for this female. Exactly, this one right here. We get her going one way, she wants to relax and take a big old step. We get her going the other way, and she wants to fight the halter. And I'm glad I rewalked him, because whenever I got her moving the direction she was comfortable with, she took a nice big old step. You really appreciate the bone work and the footwork that this one has. Just maybe doesn't have that wow factor like that one ahead of her. Gives up maybe a little bit of that center portion of her body. Doesn't want to relax as well as that first place does at the ground either, but the two really high quality females. The young lady here that'll come third really looks a whole lot alike that second place heifer. Long and extended. You love just how complete and balanced she is. Just like to soften her up there in her center portion of her body and relax her off those hind wheels. The young man's heifer that'll round the class out with just gives up the overall eye appeal and the added size and shape compared to the other ones, but a very ultra complete, moderate breeding maid type of a female to round the class out with. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 41. Your champion Red Angus breeding heifer, Shaylee Hartman. Reserve will go to Kyler Plugi. Third exhibited by Carly Melander, and fourth to Garrett Scholes. We're moving on now to Class 42 in the Red Angus. This is a single class for them, January 21st and February 18th.
Just one class out here and two entries for our percentage Red Angus class. I'm going to go ahead and lead these individuals the way they came in. Young man, you'll be first and champion today. One, you just love the balance that she has about her. You love how that neck ties in and transitions into that four-rib, where we need to change some things on hers at the ground whenever we get her around. She wants to get a little, doesn't want to set down and relax off those hind wheels when we get her into movement. The young lady here that'll be second in reserve percentage red today, one that you love just how square she is. She's got a very nice maternal look about her, just gives up a little bit of size and shape compared to our champion today, but two nice percentage reds. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And congratulations, your champion Red Angus composite breeding heifer, exhibited by Kenyon Plugi. Reserve will go to Kai Haggerty. Moving on to Class 43, this will be a single entry in the Scottish Highland breeding heifers, June 9th of 24.
I told this young man I was looking forward to his class and division because this is the first Highlander that I've gotten to judge. Coming from Southwest Oklahoma, I get to judge a lot of eared cattle, a lot of Brahmins, but we don't have any of these down our way. So this is kind of special for me. But boy, you want to talk about a really high quality female to get me to let judge this first time. One that is just so elegant. And you love just how high tying she is out of the point of her shoulder. Love the angle and slope of that shoulder and comes out in a nice square hip. That's a really fun Highlander female. We'll see her out here in the Grand Drive. Congratulations, young man.
That's just all around a little cuteness overload with him coming all decked out like that. Congratulations, your champion Scottish Highland was exhibited by Ethan Benish. Moving on, we've now into our shorthorn breeding heifers. We'll have a couple classes of them. Class 44 has birth dates from the 1st of April till the 1st of May.
Some give and take here in this class of shorthorns, but for me, structural soundness is going to go ahead and lead this heifer off for me today. She is the more moderate one out of this entire group of females, but one that I just think has the most longevity with those set of feet and legs underneath her. Really like the elegance and the added extension in that neck. Just really appreciate those things about that female. The dark roan heifer here that's going to come second. When these females got out here and hit the ring, I really appreciated a lot of things things about her, but the more I study her, we've just got some structural issues off of both ends of the skeleton. She wants to get a little vertical out of that shoulder and hind wheels as well. But man, whenever we get her parked and just evaluate her, you love the youthfulness in that front 1/3 and then that center portion of her body. Really appreciate the frame size on this one. The young lady here that'll come third, boy, this girl has a lot of power and dimension. And with that, she just needs to be spread out a little bit, puts it together and maybe just a tick more terminal of a look. Like to just make her a little more feminine to eye appealing for me today, but a really nice female to follow up third. The two females that are going to come next, both of these females, the biggest frame females of the class, ones with a little more added extension compared to the ones ahead of them. With that, we just need to drop them there in the center portion of their body, maybe relax them off those hind wheels as we ask them to get out on the move. These two females that'll round the class out, the dark cherry red ones, I don't know if these are flush mates or out of the same sire, but they look like they were cut from the same cookie cutter. Very long and elegant maternal maid, just runs out of gas compared to the females ahead of him today. But congratulations, guys.
And congratulations in class 44. First, we'll go to Josie Wilson. Second is to Kinsley White. Third to Sydney Jenkins. Fourth to Lucy Pollock. Fifth is to Mara Yendrick. Sixth to Isabel Detwiller. And seventh to Maya Brummels. Also, a purse has been turned in up here to the announcer's stand. It was found over by the Cunningham's patio area. If you are missing a purse, please come up here. We do have it here. You'll just have to describe it to us.
Red Rosie here is going to win this class, and she does it by a long shot. This is a very, very high quality female. Absolutely love the foot and the bone shape of this heifer. Love the elegance that she's got. And when he gets her part, she just gives you that killer show heifer silhouette. And when we get her on the move, she does it with so much ease and athleticism. That's a fun one to get to judge in this shorthorn division. The young man's red heifer here that's going to come in second, one that you really love the maternal traits about her. She just doesn't doesn't balance out and have those wow pieces like the female ahead of her. Like to just drop her down there in their flank and give her a shot more bone and foot size compared to that female ahead of her. The young lady here that's going to come next, you really appreciate just the power that this girl has, how square she is when you get behind her and get up on top of her. She just doesn't maybe have that balance like some of them ahead of her. Wants to duck in that hip ever so slightly, but boy, does she have a lot of added look and extension out of that neck. That's a very nice heifer. The two here that are going to go ahead and round the class out with ones that just ran out of gas compared to these females ahead of them today. Just maybe need to give him a shot more frame size, belly him down, and give him a little more softness at the ground when we get him out on the move. But congratulations, guys.
I announced them here, but I hadn't had a chance to get down there. Here's results of Class 45 as Class 46 is in the ring. First, we'll go to Carter Call. Second to Cole Bruce. Third is to Julie Kreitels. Fourth to Dustin Douglas. And fifth is to Kylie Dahlstrom. Class 46 is in the ring. Birth dates of January 15th and 28th.
We'll go ahead and leave these females the way they came in. The dark cherry red heifer leads the class off with, boy, this is a very, very high quality female. And, you know, I've talked feet and legs all day long. This is probably one of the bigger footed females we've gotten to see all day. She has such a unique head and jawline, and just to put it on such a big, robust center portion of her body, that is an extremely, extremely high quality female. Be fun to see her out here in the champion and drive against that other class winner we just saw. Our second place heifer here, one that's another very high quality female. You love the balance and the elegance of this one as well. We just maybe need to stretch her out a little bit, relax her in that spine today to get her ahead of the girl in front of her. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations out of Class 46. First to Blaine Dunquile. Second will go to Caitlin Bruce. Class 47 will be a single entry. December 10th of 23. After this, the selection of your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer.
A single entry in our final class is Shorthorns, and a really well balanced, moderate made type of a female. We'll see her out here in the champion drive. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations to Becca Podolak out of Class 47. Now we are under the way for the selection of your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer. Again, a purse has been turned in that was found over by the patio area near Cunningham's. If you are missing a purse, just come up to the announcer stand to describe it because there wasn't any ID in it. So you have to describe it to us.
Let's give these Shorthorn exhibitors a really big round of applause out here for these class winners and seconds. I'm going to talk these two females real quick here in the middle classes. I think this drive is extremely close when it gets down to it, and I just want to kind of sort through some of the differences I see whenever I get out here and make my decision. The big roan heifer here on the second class, one that is big and bold, but yet so elegant. You love how that shoulder sets in and the shape down into that knee. You get on top of her, and she's got so much shape. Where we probably need to probably change this one ever so slightly. She wants to get a little off in her hip. Whenever we get her out on the move, she wants to step outside of herself off those hind wheels, but that's being ultra critical on a high end show heifer there. The dark cherry red one here, a tick more moderate in size compared to our roan heifer in front of us, but one that is so elegant. She too, you love that how that shoulder sets in and transitions into that knee. Not as big bone probably as the female ahead of her, but she is just so elegant. And you just love the way she gets out and travels. Today, she's championed the Reds Reserve. Congratulations, guy. Or sorry, the Roans Reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn breeding heifer, exhibited by Blaine Dunclow. Your reserve champion is Carter Cole. We're moving on now to our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. This is class 48, May 6th to June 28th. Here in our first class in our Shorthorn Plus division, and I'm gonna go with the longer, more elegant made female here. Just love that added extension, the freshness, and the functionality. Whenever this female gets out on the move, she wants to step out on a big old reach off those hind wheels, and that really catapults her ahead of that second place. But boy, this thing's going to be fun for this young lady down the road. Love just her design and uniqueness in that front one third, especially. The young lady's heifer here that's going to be second, one that's big and robust, and she's got a lot more shape than the female possibly than today, but she's just a little more compact. Just like to give her a little more extension out of that neck, but another really nice female to follow up our class winner. The second place female here, very elegant, very complete. You love the balance that she has. She just runs out of gas compared to those females ahead of her. Just need to see a little bit more of her. Young man that'll round the class out that's doing such a good job. Another one that she too just a tick moderate, just needs a little more size today. Like to just
relax her off those hind wheels as well whenever we get her on the move. But give these kids a big round of applause. Congratulations.
And congratulations in class 48. First, we'll go to JC Stuntsman. Second is to Laurel Moore. Third to Callaway Lorenzo. And fourth to Clancy Kunk. Class 49 is next in our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers, April 1st to April 22nd. Of course, we'd like to say a big thank you once again to our judge today, Jenna Kraft. She's from Indiana, spending time with us here at the Classic, judging our breeding heifers. We appreciate your time and your knowledge and the time that you're spending with our youth.
a lot of differences here in this class of Shorthorn Pluses. But for me, I guess the femininity and the overall broodiness and maternal traits of this black one is going to go ahead and get her to the top. Love the added frame size that she's got. Love the added extension. I just see a little bit more longevity as a senior yearling show heifer with this female than the females that are going to follow behind her. I would like to just relax her when we get her out on the move. She wants to get a little tighter in her spine, doesn't want to just reach and just dominate that back hind leg like I'd like to see her, but a really nice place to start this class. The next two females that are going to bring back out, the second and third, more with just a tick more terminal look about them, a little more moderate in their frame size, appreciate their balance and the overall natural shape and dimension that they have. The female here that's going to come second just gets in that second place hole over functionality at the ground. And whenever we get her out to move in the ease and athleticism compared to this wider bodied female, the blue heifer here that'll round the class out with one that just falls short on some power and size and shape compared to these females before, but you really like the freshness and the added extension that that female has. Congratulations to those kids.
And congratulations in class 49. First, we'll go to Claire Crystal. Second is to Wesley Brayback. Third to Paisley Sage. And fourth to Corbin Kunk. Class 50 is set to come in the ring now. These is our last class of our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. They have birth dates from February 7th to March 7th. And then our selection of our champion Shorthorn Plus.
here in this class of Shorthorn Plus. This black female just, I mean, she runs away with the class very easily. One that is just so good to look at on the side profile. And then when we put her into motion, is just so flexible and athletic. You really, really appreciate her. That's a very high quality Shorthorn Plus heifer to start things off with. Whenever we get to the second and third, that's where there's some give and take on and differences and where I see them. And for me today, just genuine overall female, it's this female here. I would like to probably take her home, pull the feed pan, probably trim some feet, really freshen her up in her appearance. She's pushing a little bit of condition today, but she's just the most genuine when it comes to overall mass and maturity and dimension. The female here, one that is very, very elegant, but with that, she just comes up a little short and just overall cow power compared to that heifer in second. Love the look and the femininity and the freshness that she has. I just want to see a little bit more of her today to get her up any higher. The next two that are going to come, this female here, you love the bone size and the foot shape that this one has. We just need to tone her down on frame size, soften her up there in that center portion of her body and relax her in her spine. But I think that heifer down the road with a little time and feed and getting her bred can do a whole lot of good for her. The young man's heifer that's going to round the class out with one that's she's very fresh, very long, and with that she's a little green today. Like to soften her up off those hind wheels whenever we get her out on the move as well. But a nice class winner there in our Shorthorn Plus. Congratulations.
As results in Class 50. First, we'll go to Josie Wilson. Second to Brooke Hansen. Third is Reese Locke. Fourth to Dustin Douglas. And fifth to Troy Lindquist. Making the selection now of your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer.
Out of here in our Shorthorn Plus drive, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, please. I think we've got two out here that are incredibly high quality. Like in some of our other drives, we've have got one that is show ready, 12 o'clock, ready to go. We've got one that is so unique, so fresh, and has so much longevity. And I know a lot of champions down the road, but today she's just not that 12 o'clock show ready. So for me today, the black heifer is going to be your champion. The red one will be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus, exhibited by Josie Wilson, and the reserve champion is JC Stutzman. There's still food available over at Cactus Jack's and at Cunningham's as well if you haven't had the chance to get anything to eat. We appreciate them being here the entire run of NCC The Classics Winter Edition. In the ring now is Class 51, your purebred Simmental breeding heifers. April 5th to May 3rd.
Go ahead and start this first class of purebred Simmentals with this red female boy. I talk about foot and bone shape, and I love the foot and bone shape on this female. Love just how functional she is, and just so much natural shape and power. Really, really a nice, functional, complete female to start this class off with. The blaze faced heifer here that's going to come next got a little stirred up earlier, and you can tell she's just not one to relax there in that spine. I know as soon as she gets some more shows down the road, I'm sure that spine will come down a little more, just like to square her up. She does want to get a little rounder in her muscle shape as well, and it just accentuates it with the way she's getting out and moving today. The young lady here loved the squareness and the just the smoothness that this one has. Just doesn't have maybe the longevity that I'm looking for. Maybe a more modern, a little more early maturing compared to those ahead of us today, but a very nice, good looking side profile and heifer. The female that's going to come next, very, very early maturing for me. And that's one thing that this young man's going to have to watch on her. She is big. She is woofy at this stage of the game. And with that, she's already getting a little coarse one to push a little bit of chest floor out there as well. The young lady that'll round the class out with, she's just total opposite. She's a little greener today, a little farther behind the curve than some of these heifers ahead of her. A little time and feed and just patience will do that young lady a lot of good down the road. Congratulations.
Congratulations out of class 51. First, we'll go to Raylan Stutzman. Second, exhibited by Claire Crystal. Third is to Avery Krause. Fourth to Logan Schmidt. And fifth to Jaylee Haggerty. Moving on to class 52, purebred Simmental breeding heifers. March 2nd to the 26th.
We're gathering a few showmen back there, Susan. And again, want to thank everybody for coming to the NCC Winter Edition. And as we've been talking about, Susan, it started out a lot colder at the beginning of the week. And I was outside helping a gentleman, and it's absolutely beautiful today. I think they're saying this week it's supposed to be 50 and 60. And so we all know the pens and pastures will be full of slop and it'll be a mess, but better than it was earlier this week. So thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of the Classic Winter Edition. And we're already working on the pop up. The pop up show will be the weekend ahead of the state fair. I believe it's August 16th. And Susan will be there being your official MC. So that'll be fun. Going to work on some other new events that the Classic's going to add to its schedule. So make sure you follow us on social media, listen to KRVN, hear all those details. And of course, our fall edition that will be October 30th through November 4th. So lots of plans for the NCC. Looking forward to working with the boys and girls that signed up to be a part of our scholarship program. Want to thank Sullivan Supply and their team for being here, as well as Final Drive and those guys. We appreciate all their support and their sponsorship here to the kids.
Hey, Ronette, we got to give a quick shout out and thanks as well to Ty Growth. He's doing a great job at keeping this ringside clean. I would place you first in Pooper Scoopin'. Good job.
Ty grew up showing in the junior show. Him and his dad actually exhibited Angus cattle several times. And so we'll keep working on them to get back in the breed shows.
Two extremely nice females here at the top of this class. Just this female that's going to go ahead and start things off for me just has that out there factor. Love the added extension and the look and the eye appeal that she has. And also, when we ask both of these to get out on the move, she just wants to do it with a bigger reach off those hind wheels. I think both of these females have a lot of tremendous, really good positives about them. I just really appreciate just the added look, the added size, the depth and dimension of this one compared to the female behind her. This female here behind her, she's packing a little bit more punch today than the female before her, just maybe a little bit more maturity wise. Really appreciate the neck and how it transitions into that shoulder, into that knee. Just whenever we get her out on the movement, she just didn't want to take just that big smooth step like that female did back there. Maybe like to tidy her up there in that throat latch as well. But I think two really high quality females with a lot of comparisons there, like those two awfully lot. The black baldy female here, one that just is so elegant. You love how square and how smooth she is. We just need to see a little bit more of her. I'd like to just pull her apart, give her a little bit more shape. She just wants to get a little flat for me. The young lady's heifer here, a big framed female, just need to tone her down just a skosh. Love the added freshness and the look that she has. I just want to tone her down and give her a little bit more shape today to get her up any higher. The young man here that's going to come next, one with a lot of natural shape and dimension. You love the natural thickness that she has. She just doesn't balance up like those females ahead of her do. Like to square her out there in her hip to get her up any higher. The young man's heifer here, the blaze face that's going to come next, one that she too has a lot of punch and big and boofy, especially in that center portion of that body. Just like to just give her a little bit more eye appeal on that neck and throat latch and brisket area. The young lady's red heifer here, boy, this is a big, robust made type of a female. Big feet, big bones. Just gets a little rounder there in her hip shape. Just need to square her out. Just give her a little bit more of a feminine, eye appealing look. The young man's black blaze face that'll round the class out with one that is ultra square, ultra complete. You appreciate that about her. Just need to spread her out, need to stretch her out, just give her a shot more frame size and power to get her moved up any higher. Congratulations, guys.
Results for class 52. First is goes to Aiden Gordon. Second to Kenzo Carlson. Third is to Raylan Stutzman. Fourth to Blakely Kantz. Fifth is to Miles Iso. Sixth, Logan Schmidt. Seventh to Rachel Martinson. And eighth will go to Tanner Hansen. Class 53 of our purebred Simmental breeding heifers also will have 8 entries in it. February 4th to February 24th.
boy, once we get past our class winner here, I think it's kind of you could throw them up anyway and let the cards lay any way you want to. This was a little bit more of a difficult class for me to sort through today, and it took me a little bit longer. But I think this female here that wins the class does it very, very easily. I hear just so big and bold, but yet puts it together in such a feminine package. Love how big and bold she is in that forerib. Probably where we should need to change her is at the ground off those hind wheels whenever we get her out in the motion. She doesn't want to set down on them like I'd like her to see. The young man's heifer that's going to come next here, one that you really appreciate so much about her. She too has just so much center portion of her body. Love how big top she is and smooth there in her shoulder. Not as cool fronted as the heifer in front of us. Big bone, we really like that. But she too, whenever we get her out on the move, just needs to relax there at the ground off those hind wheels. We get here to our third place and one that I think has a lot of good potential. She doesn't have the frame size as those other ones have, or maybe just the overall condition that they have. But boy, is that thing wild looking in her front 1/3. She's very, very flexible at the ground. You really appreciate that. We just need to elevate her a little bit today and give her a shot more frame size to get her up higher. But I think functionality, that's the most functional animal in the class. The female that's going to come next, boy, you really appreciate her from her shoulders back as she just gets a little more common and a little more forgettable in that front 1/3. Like to just give her a little bit more look, clean her up in that chest floor. And she too, when we get her out on the move, I'd like to soften her up at the ground off those hind wheels. The female here, very long and extended and elegant, just a little more refined than those females ahead of us. Maybe just needs a little bit more time on feed, wants to get a little off in her hip, but I think that's a really long and extended, elegant female to come next. The heifer, the young man's going to bring around the corner here next to follow this one that you really appreciate the bone structure underneath her, but like the added extension, like the center portion of her body. But where we need to do some changes is when we get this one in motion, she gets really restricted off those hind wheels. The young lady's female that comes next, boy, she's wild, high tying out of that point of that shoulder, gives you that wild look, really long spine. You appreciate that as well. Just need to relax her and soften her there in the center portion of her body, set that shoulder and give her a little more angle. She wants to get a little upright. The young lady here that's going to round the class out with, the young heifer here, is giving her a hard time, but boy, is this one big and bold and woofy and lots of cow power behind her. Just need to give her a little bit more of that show heifer look today to get her moved up any higher. Congratulations, guys.
Results in class 53. First will go to Meredith Ruda. Second to Rhett Rayo. Third is to Kaylin Riesland. Fourth, Isabel Detwiller. Fifth to Miles Isa. Sixth to Brayton Blank. Seventh is to Dayton Dorn. And eighth will be to Lily Kuning. Our last class of Purebred Simmentals. This is class 54, January 6th through the 12th. Our champion and reserve to be selected thereafter.
our last class of purebred simmentals, and the young man's that's going to lead the class off with one that's just packed with a lot of natural power and dimension. And with that, she puts it together in a very flexible or just a very smooth transition package. Like with that, I'd like to change her at the ground. I'd like to loosen her up. I'd like to give her a little more flex there and see her reach out better off those hind wheels. But boy, whenever he gets her parked and gets that head up, you just love how that shoulder sets in and ties into that forerib and how square she comes out of that hip. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come second, another one, she's a lot like our class winner, just doesn't have that squareness out of that hip shape like the female ahead of her, but one that's very ultra long spine. You love the elegance whenever she gets her parked and gets her head up, just has a little bit more common of a throat latch there than the female ahead of her. The Baldy here that comes next, boy, this one is so elegant, and you really appreciate that added look that she has whenever he gets her parked. She's a little greener today compared to the other two, doesn't have that natural power and dimension, like to just square her up out of her hip and just smooth that hawk into her. But that's a really nice female to round this class of purebreds out. Congratulations, guys.
And congratulations in class 54. First will go to Tate Reynolds, second is to Rachel Martinson, and third to Jade Mitling. Making the selection now, your champion purebred Simmental breeding heifer.
Out here in our purebred Simmental Drive, let's give these exhibitors a really big round of applause as well. This breed division was a little harder for me to sort through. We gave up some structure on quite a few of these things, and with some of them that we went with structure, we gave up some look. I think there's one out here that gave us that show heifer look and still kept the structural integrity that we were looking for. It's going to be the female out of the second class. She'll be your champion. We'll bring that second place out here and take another look at a couple more, and we'll get you a reserve. Congratulations.
And as always, a quick reminder to our youth, make sure when you've placed in your division, champion or reserve, that you head to the backdrop for those photos. Your champion purebred Simmental breeding heifer exhibited by Aiden Gordon. Reserve will go to Kenzo Carlson. We're moving on now to our percentage Simmental breeding heifers.
Again, we want to thank all our junior exhibitors and the awesome crew of photographers. And you're exactly right, Susan. The boys and girls need to make their way to the backdrop, make sure they're getting their photos taken today. If you're looking for the candid shots from the show ring, the Malai crew has those details over at their booth, so make sure you look at that. We'd been talking about breed associations, want to recognize the Nebraska Simmental Association. Their summer show is at Albion this summer with the Nebraska Junior Beef Expo. So make sure you're following along with the Nebraska Simmental Association on all of the opportunities with the Simmental Junior events. Want to shout out and thank all of our vendors for being a part of the Classic. Had a great, tremendous commercial trade show this year. I know several of them are still open today. So if you're looking to do some shopping, go out in the front concourse, all over here on the north side of the ring. And a shout out to the Kubota team. The Wild Ass crew is over there. Make sure and talk to them. Rob and Jody Cooper, Cooper Feeds, Janice Wolfinger with Zen Pro. So thank you to all of them for being a part of the Classic.
And of course, Ronette, the Wyoming Hat Company. If you're looking for something unique when it comes to a hat with your logo, they can make that right here, right now. This is Class 55, our percentage Simmental breeding heifers. Class 55 has birth dates from April 2nd to May 10th.
Starting off our first class of percentage Simmentals and the young man's solid black heifer here. I love just how functional she is when we get this one around the ring and when we get her parked, just how smooth and she transitions into that youthful front 1/3 into that big, bold center portion of her body. Unfortunately, we get to this time of the year and they start rubbing, and this female definitely has. And so it doesn't give you the most eye appealing hair coat, but when you really study that female, that's a high quality heifer under a kind of a rough, patchy hair coat this time of the year. The young man here that's going to come second with the blaze face heifer, one that you really love the added extension in the center portion of her body that she has. Where we need to add some extension is out of that neck. She wants to get a little tucked in there, wants to get a little straighter and bolder in that shoulder, but a really nice, broody female to follow our class winner. The young lady's heifer here that's going to come in third, one that she is bold, she is broody, but with that, we get just a little coarser. She wants to get a little crustier up there at the top of her neck. I wanted to give her just a shot more frame size today as well compared to the other two, but a really nice set of percentage semi heifers. Congratulations.
And congratulations in Class 55. First will go to Brody Hang. Second is to Kelton Brunn. And third to Avery Kraus. 3 entries coming for Class 56 of our percentage Simmentals, March 1st through March 23rd.
Really nice female to start this percentage class out with. Boy, I love the feet on this female. Big, burly footed. Love the bone structure underneath her. And then you get up top, and she's just got so much boldness and center portion of that center body there. Maybe she isn't the freakiest thing there in that foot latch area, but I think it fits into that neck very, very well. High quality female to start this class off with. The young lady here that's going to come in second, one that she's packed with a lot of punch, maybe pushing a little bit of condition. Maybe want to give her a tick more frame size to just elevate her to get her up any higher today, but a really nice brood cow prospect for the young lady. The young man here that'll round the class out with another one with a lot of natural shape whenever you really just get on top of her and study her. She just puts it together in a little coarser package today, but a really, really nice class winner there in our percentage semi class.
And congratulations in Class 56. First, we'll go to Addie Krause. Second, Corianne Roosevelt. And third is to Brody Hain. Class 57 should have 9 entries in it. They are from February 5th to February 28th.
here in our percentage semi class, a little more difficult of a class to sort through, but I feel like this female found her way to the top very easily. One that's just the one that's another just so elegant and long and extended up there in that neck. You love just how well balanced she is and has that big, nice swoop to the center portion of her body. We like to change her. We like to tone her back there in her shoulder. She wants to get a little spun out off those front feet, but I think a really easy way to start the class off with. We get past there. There's some give and take in some of these, but I think just the overall most functional and complete female is the young man here in the cowboy hat. One that just doesn't have one of those big wow factors about her, but she's just so complete. You love the squareness about her, the balance. We would like to change her there at the ground whenever we get her out and move. Like to maybe give her a bigger foot and just soften her up at the ground. The young lady's heifer here, boy, this thing is very broody. You love the maternal traits about this one. Maybe just need to tone her back in condition today. Getting a little crustier there at the top of her neck, pushing some pones. She doesn't have the hair coat that the rest of them have, so what you see is what you get. But I think that's a really nice maternal female. The young man's heifer here, that's going to come next, one that's got a lot of power and dimension to her. She just doesn't have that softness in the center portion of her body, and I'd like to soften her there at the ground off those hind wheels as well. The young lady with the blaze face heifer, one that has probably the most power and dimension out of the entire class. You get up on top of this thing, she is big backed, big hipped, but where we need to do some changing is at the ground as well. Like to just soften her up off those hind wheels, ask her to get out and travel with a little bit more ease. The big maternal cowie made female that's going to come next, one that doesn't have maybe those wowie show factor traits like the blaze face in front of her, but one that's just so broody and maternal about her traits. Just maybe need to give her a size more bigger frame size and clean her up there in her chest floor as well. The young man's heifer here, the next two big, this one here especially big, broody made type of a female, just very common in her head and her throat latch. Need to tidy her up there, square her up out of her hip, but I think that's a very maternal, good broody made cow prospect for the young man. We in the class here with the young lady with the baldy here, one that a very terminal look about her. That was my biggest thing that found her way down there. I need one to look like a female, look like a cow. This one's got just too many show steer traits about her, but one that has so much natural power and shape about her. Congratulations to that class.
Here's your results out of class 57. First will go to Luke Katz, second to Kellen Blank, third is to Lily Neighbor, fourth to Jake Mallender, fifth Ava Dietz, sixth to Avery Kraus, seventh is to Waylon Ruda, eighth will be to Rayleigh Willis. Class 58 will have two entries, January 12th and January 24th. And immediately after that, the selection of your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
Press near me second today, okay? Well, I'm around here. Boy, you guys throw them at me in one class and doesn't make it very fair on me, but I'm going to go ahead and start with this Baldy. This thing is just out there today. She's just so much more to her whenever you get up on top of her and get behind her. She is so elegant in that front 1/3. And then, like I said, stacks it on a body with so much shape and dimension today. And when we get her out on the move, she does it with a lot of ease and athleticism. But boy, I tell you what, the second place heifer, that's a very, very high quality second place heifer. Love how high tying she is. Love the feed and the bone structure on her. Maybe has a little more chest than our class winner. Doesn't just have that robust shape in that forerib as compared to our heifer that's going to be first today. But that is a high quality animal today to be a second place behind her, another killer class winner. We'll see those two in the champion drive. Congratulations.
In class 58, first we'll go to Jamie Homlin. Second is to Preston Hartman. Bringing all the girls back in for your selection of your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
We get out here in our champion percentage drive, and this has been a fun division to judge, but I don't think that I need to take up any more of your time. I think you probably know which two are going to be your champion reserve today. This pair out of your last class are absolutely awesome. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And congratulations, we'll go to Jamie Hoblin and reserve percentage Simmental to Preston Hartman. Class 59 will be our AOBs from February 28th to May 5th. And your champion and reserve will come out of this class. And then we will hit the commercials. So this is class 59.
just one class of AOBs, but I think a really, really nice set of females here. The young man's heifer that's going to lead off one that is just so woofy. Boy, one of the biggest, boldest sprung rib shaped one that we've seen today. Puts it together in such an elegant package. You love the added extension she has in her neck. Maybe if we want to be critical, tuck that chest into her, square her up out of that hip. But I think a tremendous female to go ahead and start things off with here. The reserve here that'll follow up as a second place, one that you love the maternal attributes about her. Love that added look that she has out of that neck. Really, really bold and deep in that center portion of her body. Just not as much as the to her as the heifer in front of her today. The baldy here that's going to come next, one that's very maternal. You really appreciate that about her. Just doesn't have the overall rib shape and dimension like those females have in front of her to get her up any higher. The young lady that's going to come next, really long spine. You love the added extension she has. She just doesn't balance out and put it together in that really neat show heifer package like the females ahead of her. Young lady that rounds the class out with big, bold, big muscled type of a head. Really like this red heifer that we're starting this first class of commercials out with. You know, I've talked about functionality and athleticism and elegance, and she puts it all together. So much added extension out that front 1/3 and puts it together in such a broody, big, bold package in the center portion of her body. Love the freshness. So you can tell the immaturity, but still has enough to her today. The gold heifer here that's going to be second. One, she's got a little bit more maturity to her, a little more days probably on feed, little bolder there at the top. With that, we get a little coarser. We want to get a little choppier when we get out on the move, but that's a really solid place for a second. The black heifer here that's going to come next, one that is big and bold and woofy. Where we need to change her is she just has a little bit too much set to those hind wheels. Like to just straighten those out ever so slightly, but I think that's a really nice cowy maternal female there. The bald face heifer that's going to come next, well, she's wowie. She's got that fun color code about her. She ties in really, really high. She just wants to get a little coarser, want to just get a little bolder there in her shoulders. But that's a really fun female to follow up that other one. The red one here that'll round the class out with one that's long spine, very maternal. You really appreciate that about her. Just need to relax her off those hind wheels when we get her out on the move. Congratulations, guys.
Results in Class 60. First, we'll go to Matt and vote. Second is to Jersey Schmidt. Third to Brittany Samuelson. Fourth to Mariah Cherry. Fifth is to Dustin Douglas. Class 61, April 1st to April 8th.
fun classic commercials to sort through. The young man's black heifer here. I think this one just wins it very, very easily. One that just is packed and loaded full of dimension and shape, but yet still puts it together in a really fun package. She's a tick terminal, but yet we are in this commercial drive, and you're going to get a lot of that as we go through these classes. But love the balance and just the overall look and dimension that this one has. The painted up heifer here that comes next has a little more maternal look about her. You appreciate that about this one. Love the looseness of her skeleton and her structure. Probably on this one, maybe a little hoof trimming at home will help this one at the ground whenever we get her out on the move. She's just not, and also just once we get back there in that forward, she's just not as robust as that black heifer is in front of her. The darker yellow heifer here that's going to come next, really, really love the bone structure and shape of this one. Love how that neck ties into that shoulder and how that shoulder lays into her skeleton. Want to square her out there in her hip a little bit, maybe get her a shot more frame size, but I think that's a very nice heifer to follow up third. The black heifer here, another one that is big backed, big hipped, but with that, we're getting a little outside of ourselves off of that front end. Want to bring her in to get her up any higher today, but that's a really cool female to follow up with. The white heifer that's going to come next, another very complete made female. Love how smooth she is and how that neck transitions into that shoulder. Just to have some issues at the ground at times when we ask her to get out on the move. Doesn't want to sit down and relax off those hind wheels and take a nice big fluid step. That's where I'd like to change her today. Young man's gray heifer that's going to come next. Big broody made type of a female, but with that, she gets a little more common there in her throat latch. Love the added step that she gets whenever she reaches out off those hind wheels. Nice cow prospect for that young man. The black heifer here that's going to come next just runs out of gas compared to some of those ahead of her. She's a little bigger frame, but with that, we give up some of that natural shape and power like some of those have in front of her in this class. The black and white heifer that's going to come next, she's big back, big hips, but with that, we've got some structural issues off both sides. Want to relax her off that front end and those hind wheels as well when we ask her to get out on the move. The female that's going to round the class out with a really complete, very elegant female. We just need a lot more of her today to get her up any higher, but congratulations, guys.
And congratulations in class 61. First, we'll go to Baker Bremer. Second is Hudson Evans. Third to Caitlin Evans. Fourth to Wazy Lang. Fifth is Brooke Hansen. Sixth to Ethan Benish. Seventh, Megan Lawson. Eighth to Marissa Ollerking. And ninth is to Addison Stump. Now, class 62 of our commercial breeding heifers. March 10th to March 25th.
We'll do a shout out to all of everybody watching online, and thank you to Live Auctions, and Mariah's been here all week, and appreciate everything they've done for the Classic. Live Auctions has been a part of the Classic for 20 plus years. I know the Classic was one of their original customers, so a huge shout out and a thank you to everyone at Live Auctions, and especially Mariah for taking care of all the Classic online needs here this year.
Looking through another class of commercials, and this gray female here, boy, this is fun. Whenever this young lady gets her parked and gets her stuck right there in that head up, this thing is really, really fun to judge. She's just so youthful and high tying out of that neck and how it ties into that shoulder. You love the shape of the and slope of that shoulder, tying into that slope of that knee, puts it together on a really nice, big, bold center portion of her body. Maybe if we want to be super, super critical, she wants to get a little restricted when we get her out on the move, doesn't just want to relax and stride and reach far off that hind end. But boy, that is a really fun female to start this class off with. The young lady's black heifer here that's giving her a really, really hard time. Whenever she'll finally relax and get out on the move for her, you really appreciate the softness at the ground that this one has. She doesn't have that big swoop to the center portion of her body like that gray one has in front of her, but she has big back, big hips. You really, really like a lot of things about her. The third place heifer that comes next, a little more maternal look about her. You really appreciate that, but just a little more common in her design. Really like to soften her up there at the ground, but I think a really nice ultra complete maternal female for the young man. The female here that'll come next, a little more moderate in size compared to the ones ahead of her. Really appreciate the big top and the robust center portion of her body. Like to soften her up there at the ground off her hind wheels today. The gold heifer here, really long and extended in her spine, but with that spine, we've got some issues. She wants to get a little tight and that causes her to get a little tighter movement off those hind wheels there. Like to relax her there in her spine so we can see a little better movement when we ask her to get out and move. The broody one here that's going to come next, more refined in her bone and footwork. Really appreciate the freshness that he has in her. I would like to tuck that chest into her. She's not really pushing much condition. She's just got a chest on her. The young man's heifer here that rounds the class out, another very long spined female, really long and extended in her neck, just a little coarser. Just like to smooth her package up to get her up any higher today. But congratulations, guys.
And congratulations for our class 62. First, we'll go to Vienna Cell. Second is to Molly McCroden. Third is to Grayson Krause. Fourth, Jaylee Haggerty. Fifth is Patience Spence. Sixth to Owen Lawson. Seventh to Mason Prothman. Class 63 is entering the ring now. Class 63 should have 7 entries, and they are from February 6th to March 7th.
I always enjoy it when I'm judging the commercials and we get one like this out here because a lot of times we get just the clubby ones out here and then somebody brings a female like this and it really picks the pace up for you in the ring. But guys, this one is way fun. One that is that elegant, one the slope of the shoulder, then down into the knee. And when we get her out on the move, she tracks so well. Base width is so good with so much shape and dimension. High quality calf. I can't wait to see that one back out here in the champion drive. Congratulations to that individual. Young lady here that's second. This is a really nice calf. She just doesn't have as much as the one in front of her, but boy, is this one good looking, square, so well balanced. Just doesn't have the hip, just a little shorter hip compared to the one in front of her. Love the athleticism, love the freshness and the femininity of that one. That's another really high quality female. The heifer here, another really nice broody made female. Just need to stretch her out, give it a little bit more of her, tuck her chest floor in her, give it a little bit more natural shape up top to compete with those females ahead of her. The yellow heifer here, really nice, complete made female. You really appreciate the presentation of her, the center portion of her rib, the eye appeal that she has. She wants to get a little lower fronted on us. I'd like to elevate her there, just give her a little bit more height there to move her up any higher today. But another really high quality female in this deep class of commercials. The blaze face heifer that's going to come next here, big, broody, maternal made type of a female. I just want to square this one up. She just gets a little rounder for me off that hip to get her moved up. The young man that's going to come next, this one is a little rounder, a little more robust, just lots of just natural power and shape to this one. Just need to tone her down and relax her as well off those hind wheels when we get her out on the move. The young lady's heifer that's going to round out the class, big, bold in her design. We need to soften her up in her skeleton and just make her a little smoother today. But congratulations to those exhibitors.
Here's your results out of Class 63. First, we'll go to Hadley Dunclow. Second is to McKinley Stoller. Third to Carly Colcherman. Fourth to Everly Chrisman. Fifth is to Cami Held. Sixth, Corbin Conk. Seventh is to Kaylee Killow. And ladies and gentlemen, this is our last class. This is class number 64 of the commercial breeding heifers. From December 28th of 23 to January 24th of 24. After this class, a selection of your champion commercial breeding heifer. And then we will take a pause to do some work in the show arena. So we'll be looking for some tall people that'll be able to help us take down our backdrop so we can get that move to make the arena larger. So if you're going to be standing ringside and would like to give a little bit of your volunteer time to get ready for that final drive, we would greatly appreciate it.
Leave these girls the way they came in here in this last class of commercials. Just love the elegance factor about this one. So high tying and youthful up there in that throat latch. Love just how that big old swoop with that underline she's got as well. We'll see her back out here in the champion drive. The yellow and white one here, big and bold. You really appreciate the natural shape that this one has over our class winner. She just doesn't put it together as a maternal look about her, but I love the added extension she has. Love the foot size that she has as well. That's a very nice female to be second. This black heifer, whenever we get her on the standstill, she is beautiful. Very feminine, very fresh. Love that about her. She's just a tick more refined in her design. I'd like to give her a shot more bone and just relax her at the ground whenever we get her out on the move. But congratulations to those guys.
Here's your results of Class 64. First, we'll go to Grady Luby. Second is to Hadley Remmers. And third to Casey Meyer. We'll bring all of our Commercial breeding heifers back in for your selection of your champion and reserve. And again, if you are ringside after this class and you could assist with taking down the backdrop and helping us move the panels, we would greatly appreciate your time. Back to NCC the Classic.
It's been a really, really good commercial show and very excited about this lineup that we have. Give these kids a really big round of applause. There's one out here that kind of runs away with it, and I'm sure ringside you can tell this young lady here in the blue sweater. Way good show, cow. Congratulations.
Hi, congratulations. Your champion commercial breeding heifer exhibited by Hadley Dunclaw. Reserve champion is Grady Luby. Again, if we could get some folks that got a little height, way more than what I have, to go over into the ringside and help to pull down all of our curtains and help to move our gates over so we can expand the ring for the final drive, that would be greatly appreciated.
Blaine Dunk, you're needed at your stalls. Blaine Dunk, please get to your stalls.
cash in there.
All right, let's. Jeremy, do not listen to my plan. You listen to what your ring cruise plan was. Well, again, thank you to all the vendors that have been here. I know lots of commercial exhibitors are starting to pack their things up. Thank you. Thank you to Jeff and Sarah over at Cactus Jacks. They're still there. Thank you to the Cunningham's crew. And a huge thank you to Ryan from Prairie Patio Furniture from Broken Bow. And I tell you what, if you guys are looking for patio furniture, make sure you look up his phone number, give him a call this spring. Tremendous set of furniture. Appreciate his incredible generosity over in that area. And again, we appreciate your patience, Ryan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. It is time to make the overall champion breeding heifer of the 2025 Classic Winter Edition. Grayson, it all starts with you. Keep that ring nice and wide for all our youth coming in. Nice and wide on the ring, all the way around. Give yourself plenty of space. Representing the Angus will be Grayson Arbuck, the Composite Charolais, Travis Moore, Charolais, TJ Mueller, the Key, Adam Alps, the Key Angus, Garrett Scholes, Gelbvieh, Carson Brooks, the Balancer, Keisha Elber, Minnie Hereford, Maddox Thompson, the Horn Hereford, Chesney Prince, Polled Hereford, Cooper Lindstrom. The Lim-Flex will be Vienna Sells, Main-Anjou, Hadley Dunclow, Main Angus will be Jalen Wolfinger, Maintainer exhibited by Hadley Hartman, Red Angus, Shaylee Hartman, Red Angus Composite, Canyon Plugi, Scottish Highland, Ethan Benish, the Shorthorn, Blaine Dunclow, Shorthorn Plus, Josie Wilson, Purebred Simmental, Aiden Gordon, the Percentage Simmental, Jamie Hoblin, the AOB, Briggs Krause, and your commercial, Hadley Dunclow. Ladies and gentlemen, ringside, let's give these youth a big round of applause. It's been a couple long days of showing for them, and they are here to see who is going to be your champion overall breeding heifer of NCC the Classic Winter Edition.
Well, again, on behalf of myself and the entire leadership team of the NCC, want to do a huge shout out to Jenna Kraft for spending her day here. And again, her and her husband, SL, along with their two children, reside in Oklahoma. They are on the operation where Jenna grew up, and they returned there after Jenna graduated from Oklahoma State University with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Leadership. Today, they own and operate Brower Craft Show Cattle, which is a very progressive registered Main-Anjou operation there. They sell cattle all across the United States and are very successful in the show ring. They're now busy chasing their own kids and helping build their own next generation. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank Jenna for working with all of the kids today. Also want to thank the awesome ring crew that we have, from the girls in the back to everybody working ringside, the photographers, and put your hands together one more time. These guys been working the ring the last 2 days, and tell them thanks for helping your kids.
You guys, this has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you. Thank you. But first of all, give these kids a huge round of applause. But I want you to give the show staff an even bigger round of applause, because, guys, I never waited on a class today. And I made sure I gave these kids as much attention, and I dissected these things as much as possible and tried to interact, but still kept a good pace. I never waited on a kid today. So thank you all. Thanks you to everybody that's lining up. This thing ran like a well-oiled machine. Whenever I got the call about this show, I showed SL that it was actually a text, and SL's like, "You have to take that," because I had already committed to a county fair today, and I didn't dish him. My husband is currently at a county fair, and if you know SL, he hates judging shows. So hopefully he's having fun. He's in Altus right now, sorting through some kids and calves, but I'm very appreciative of him. We don't have any hired hands at home. It's me, it's him, and it's two wild kids running a very progressive registered herd, and heifers in the barn 12 months out of the year. So we wake up, do this all day, go to bed, do it again. We love it. We live it. We breathe it. I hope you were able to follow me today. Thank you guys for coming to show to me. I don't think judges thank you guys enough, because you have a lot of options to go show at shows. So thanks for coming today. I think this top end is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of females out here that I'll be excited to watch as their show careers go on. I know there's some today that maybe they didn't get it, but I guarantee I'll see them on the pulse one day or at a backdrop at a major. So once again, thank you. Congratulations to everyone. And I'll be excited to see everyone down the road. But one big round of applause for all these kids. We'll get you a grand and through a 10th overall.
Congratulations to Hadley Dunclow. She's going to be your champion breeding heifer. Stepping in now will be your reserve, Grady Luby. Reserve champion breeding heifer exhibited by Jamie Hoblin coming out of the percentage Simmentals. Stepping in then will be your reserve, Preston Hartman. Third overall exhibited by Vienna Cells in the Lim-Flex. Bailey Grant will step in now for the Lim-Flex. Fourth overall comes out of the Horned Herefords. That is Chesney Prince, which will bring in Michael Coulterman for reserve. Maintainer. So the maintainer and Hadley Hartman will be your fifth. The key will be your sixth overall. Seventh overall comes out of the Main-Anjou class and Hadley Dunklin. Eighth overall will go to your purebred Shorthorn and Blaine Dunclout. Ninth overall will be your red Angus and Shaylee Hartman. And your 10th, congratulations, comes out of the percentage Simmental to Preston Hartman. Let's give all of these youth another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for a great couple of days of showing.
And then who was 10th?
Preston Hartman.
Percentage.
Well, Ronette, hats off to your whole crew. We're going to keep those 10 in the middle for a great photo op. But thank you for everything that you guys did.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate all of your help. Look forward to seeing you at the next show. We appreciate you being our official MC. And guys in the ring, we're going to work with you, the photography crew, and listen up because we're going to get you closer. Peyton or Emily, which one of you is going to lead the path there? And we'll have our judge hang on to the Supreme banner down by the Supreme. Again, congratulations to everyone. Make sure you get your pictures taken at the picture backdrop. And again, thank you for being here. Safe travels to everyone. And we'll look forward to seeing you at the pop-up event in August. Again, want to thank you and everybody, Allied Nutrition. The Supreme female will get a bag of the Diva feed. The Reserve will get a bag of Diva feed pans. We've got several banners. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And thank you to the Aurora Cooperative Allied Nutrition team. Make sure you talk to them about their Diva feed.